Okay. I tidied up my cards, didn't I? Where did I put them? Turning forgetful in my old age. Oh my lord. You know, forgetful. Always are. Hello, Yelk, how are you? Hello, Pinky, I'm going good. What's up? Hello, Crystal. SK, what do your angels want you to know? Okay, that you're heading in the right direction. Be a little bit careful of deception, especially in yourself. With this Queen of Pentacles, because she's probably in your space just for money. So it could be like you trying to convince yourself that this person's a good idea, and that's the case. Yeah. I would be like working on your own and be careful of people that ask you for money. Sanch says, do you see communications coming from San? Yeah, I would say so, based on this Ace of Wands, Page of Cups. They might be a little bit distracted though. So Yelk says, will my trip overseas work out? Okay, the world. I don't think so. The world in reverse means that it'll be closer to home. So I don't feel like your trip overseas will work out. Sorry, Yelk. Okay, so Dipti says, hi, sweetie. My husband's Taurus feelings for me. Okay, so this person probably struggles to communicate with you, and feels very frustrated, with you overall, communication wise. I think that they don't feel like they can talk to you, without too much, like you talk quite fast, and I think this person's struggling to try and communicate with you. Okay, I speak my truth. Hi there, love. How will today go with JP when you see him? Well, firstly, I think there's a great journey here. So, obviously, really great. And your mental struggle's going to ease. I speak my truth. So, that's really good. That means that, overall, you'll be really kind of less anxious when you meet him, which is great. I think it's a good it'll be going well. So what SK says, what is Marani thinking on me? This is interesting, SK, because you just asked me this, and this person came back. So obviously this person is the person that the cards are telling you about. And you've got to be a little bit careful with this person overall, because there is kind of some deception going on here, even self-deception, which is worse. I think if people are deceiving you from the outside, that's okay. Like, everybody goes through a space where they get deceived. So Pinky says what's coming towards you. Actually, really good. There's a lot of ambience coming in for you, so a lot of good little things coming towards you, and a lot more options get revealed, Pinky. So you're actually in a very happy state, and I think with the happiness comes with all these good things. Um, a lot of times we tend to kind of cut ourselves off at the knees when it comes to abundance. Would T like to meet with me sometime? Possibly this person's quite busy, Lynn. I would say that don't get yourself distraught or upset about this. It's just the way that they work overall. So I don't know whether T has enough time for you. And that's okay. Like, if that's the case, find someone else to spend some time with. Crystal says, what is the reading for me this week? Okay, there's an argument here, and a little bit more like you're feeling unloved or uncared for. This could be that you're seeking love in the wrong place, Crystal, and you might need to figure out who will give you better love or better care than the people that you're arguing or fighting with. So this kind of feels like there's a lot of tension, a lot of misplaced anger, and a lot of like resentment from other people or yourself based on how people treat you. And I think that's you've got to realize that you've got to be the first anchor for yourself always, Crystal. So good luck with that. I hope that you don't get too hard done by with that argument. Sunblast says, hi, may I have a reading for this month? Okay, so Hermit, you're a little bit scared of other people. You're probably deciding to be alone, more than being with other people. But the lovers are coming in. So obviously this means that Sunbla, there might be someone coming in with you, or your relationship will strengthen overall. So I don't think this is a bad thing. It might be just time to wind down and recuperate and focus on the people close to you. I am, Pinky. Thank you. How is Jay feeling towards me? Okay, so this is interesting. Overall, you might be a little bit more Pumpkin's mummy's world. You might be a little bit too forthright, and this person might find it very off-putting that you're very there's no mask. There's no you don't tend to hold yourself back. And you don't have like that kind of reserve. And this person might find it very weird the way that you come across in general, because this is attention based attachment here in the past. This person might find that it's very hard to deal with the way that you show attention. But the hangman means that this person's going to naturally fall into a relationship with you. But they are struggling with how you come across, if that makes sense. Emgol, thank you for the like. Wheel of Fortune. What is his tension towards me? King of Swords. Okay, this person tends to be a little bit frustrated, a little bit irritated, possibly easily. This person might not understand how other people work very well, so they tend to not be able to express their feelings or emotions, and that tends to build up. So you have to plan your interaction with this person, because they don't understand how to deal with their emotions in a good way. And then when you tend to be so erudite and you tend to be able to deal with your emotions better, this person doesn't know how to deal with that. Dee I'm great. Thank you, Dee. A message from my guides, please. Okay, Dee, you're doing very well. So my high priestess, heart manifestation coming in, tangible manifestation, Ace of Pentacles. So there is a financial opportunity to take, and you also have manifestation open to you. So I think this is great, Dee, because it seems like you're going in the right direction. Um, and I think your guides are like giving you I'm feeling like little cheerleaders, like yay, yay. So they're very happy for you. Very proud, I feel. Mahini says, hi, will AJ contact me in the next month? Yeah, I think that you're very correct that AJ will contact you. It might not be the way that you want them to contact you, but that's okay. That's fine. That can happen. And this person might sit there and go, I'm going on a trip or I'm going to be going away. So they might contact you, but it might not be in the way that you like, Mahimini. Jenny says, does my ex miss me? Kinda. So there was a lot of stuff that were, um, maybe you did, tend to manipulate, or some of the behaviors tended to be shown to your ex as manipulative. But this person still has quite a lot of weaknesses to you, Jenny. So even though they don't completely miss you, they still are quite weak to you. So yes, I would say your ex misses you. So any good news coming in 24 hours? Thank you. So the Nine of Cups and the Three of Swords in reverse. Your heart is healing, and Nine of Cups means that you're actually getting out of this space where you can actually get a lot more communication done. So this is interesting because I would say that you'll come to a realization that you haven't before, and I think that's good overall because that gives you that space to come to a realization about something that happened in your past. So you will come to that space where you can deal with something that you haven't done before. Prinyaka says current feelings for me. This person is really like focused on you, like zoned in on you. This person finds you cute, adorable, sweet, can't get enough of you, really. This person tends to think about you quite a lot, possibly in a little bit of an obsessed way. Um, not not a bad obsessed, but you know, you're always on that person's mind. Danica, I'm going great, thank you. My question is, when will I start a relationship with the person I'm thinking of now? It's interesting because the cards are saying that you might not be listening to Danica what they want, how they feel about relationships. So it might be that this person might be very hesitant about how they approach relationships overall. Judgment, though, means that they actually really hold you in high regard. And other than possibly hesitancy of emotional nature, I don't think that this person wouldn't want a relationship with you. But you have to like listen to them. And maybe it's not in the way that they talk, but the way they don't talk, you know, the way they react to you. Jenna says, is he happy in his new relationship? We have no contact. He's my ex. Um, I think that he is, but that's only because it's a new relationship. I think he chooses very much, and I don't want to call this Jana, but I think this person does choose people that have a very young mind, and overall that means that he really gets into it very because you guys are fun, you know. But after a while he starts getting a little bit more upset about the way that you guys deal with things, and then the kind of magic is over. So I think at the moment, yes, he's happy where he is. Jano says, does my friends really feel I'm as intuitive as they say? I think that there's a lot of planning in your mind. You also don't really talk or communicate. This is interesting. Your mind is a very logical, very analytical place. Um, so therefore you're ruled by logic and reason. Jano, more than anything else. There is intuitiveness, but I don't think that you tend to use it as much as other things like logic and reason, you know. So I think that you are intuitive. You tend to just block it out though. Hina says, does he spy on me on social media? Um, no, I don't think so. But this is interesting though. He doesn't spy on you on social media, but he does think of you, or there's somehow I think that you look like you tend to meet this person. So therefore you either work with them or like they see you every now and again. So yeah, they do see you, but not on social media. Hello, Kavita. Thank you guys for being so patient and not asking that many questions today. Because I'm taking my time today. Nana says Jivan's current feelings for Ashley, do they end up with marriage or is it not? It's interesting because I would say no, just based on these two cards alone. So it might be that they are very young and they don't understand what they want yet. So Nania, it seems like this will be a bit that they tend to choose two different journeys, and so therefore it's a good way for them to realize that they want more out of life. Thank you, Kavita. I don't know what you just said. Unfortunately, I only know English, so will I get married to MS in future? Any possibility? It's interesting. You might not be able, Pooja, to get this person out of their shell. You aren't really being receptive to their space. So I think at the moment, just work on your nonverbal communication because this person might not think that you really care about them overall. So that's what I would say. There is a possibility there, but they need to get out of their shell and really communicate with you to do so. Kelly Girly says, what are Jay's feelings for me? There's split, no contact. This person might think that you were far too much busy with what you were doing. That And that's not a wrong thing. This person might also think that you always got your way all the time. So it just feels like this person might always feel like you got the best of the relationship and there was nothing in there for them. But you know what? I do like someone that gets their own, like, you're working on things really hard. And I don't think that you should be feeling guilty about that. Sharon says, any good news for me by the end of spring? Okay, yes, your heart is healing, but at the end of the day, I would treat your life with a little bit of moderation because this temperance in reverse means chaos. So you could be just like very much in a present space and you might not realize that you are kind of being a little bit self-destructive, Sharon. So I think the good news is your heart is healing. You can do what you need to do, and just be a little bit more moderating of whatever is that, you know. So I think that you're doing a good job though. Habak says, why is Kadir talking to Creel? It's interesting. I think this person's very obsessed with so the male um person that you're asking about is very obsessed about the female, but they don't want kids. So it's a little bit of a hard one where I feel like this person's trying to chat out the other one, but they're not really wanting a commitment with this person. So I'd be a little bit worried if I was you. Manifest says, hi, we're looking for a potential place to thank you, Pinky. Potential place to rent today. Is the area safe? I think that you won't be too excited about the area. There's something about it that's boring. Um, but I think in general, like the area is safe enough for you to keep on going through your life. So I don't see anything dangerous. I just think that this place is like boring. You're not going to enjoy living there other than it's somewhere to live, you know? Guys, don't worry, I will get to everybody. This so Fatima does my hex think of me? Yes, weirdly enough, this person thinks about you. Um they probably even assume that you're going to come back to them. So this person's manifesting you back into their lives. So if you really want them back, they're coming back. If you don't, well, run. Saying Queshy is your side partner. Sheila, this is weird because this is not about anything to do with this person. Um, Unfortunately, it seems like this relationship might be one-sided, Sheila. So this means justice in reverse. You're being very unfair in your headspace, and you're also probably trying to manipulate the universe to get what you want. And there's nothing about the other person, so I would say that you're not going to get um this person at all, unfortunately. There's nothing about anybody else. This is just about you. Maria says, does Javid love me? Thank you guys for being so patient. Uh, does Javid love me? We're separated. Yeah, I feel like he does, but he kind of felt like he was making more upset or more uh, emotional overall, and he couldn't provide for you in a way that you should be provided, Maria. So I think this person overall wants the best for you and wants you to be feel like you're loved. They just didn't feel like they could do that for you. You're very welcome. Will I get 4 of the jobs I applied for? Me, I think so. There is this bit to save some money, so it might not be like completely today. There's also a call to be more specific. So look at little tiny things to get like maybe in the job interview. I think that's the thing is being more specific, being very detail orientated. there's also the Two of Swords, which means that there's a life choice coming up. And I would say this will be the two jobs. So I think that overall you should be more specific. And there'll be two jobs out of the four that you can choose. Will my ex send a message soon? Um, this person is completely chaotic, Hannah. Um, yeah, I think they will, but just because they want to be polite. This person's chaos. I don't know whether you really want them in your life. Um, they tend to be chaotic. They tend to not have any kind of way of working on what they need to work on. Does S want me back in his life? Says Leo. Uh, Firstly, there seems to be too much conversation for this person. Leo, overall, you might need to slow down a bunch. But yeah, I think this person does want you back. They're seeing this birdie and getting attracted to it. So I think overall, yeah. um, but you might need to slow down a little bit. Pinky says, "Will I find new love soon?" Yes, but you have to realize that at the moment you're quite in an emotional state, Pinky. So you need to relax. You need to stop being so emotionally caught up, because at the moment you're feeling very emotions quite strongly, and if you transfer them to other people, they might feel like there's something really kind of scary about that. Guys that have asked a couple of questions, can you wait for another hour, please? General reading for June, please. It seems like the manifestations are coming in for you. And also, you've got this very healthy self ego. So, you're catching all of these good things as they come in. So, I feel like overall, you're getting where you want. You're getting the little things that you want. So, be grateful when they come in and rejoice when you get them. Which season will I be in a relationship according to Tarot card? Uh, so this is interesting. I would say, weirdly enough, I would say August, but it's also that you're not that far away from SK people that would date you. You just need to be more specific that that's what you want. Because you're quite a catch, weirdly enough, I would say, and you're quite attractive. Does that make sense? Jem says, "Will a person reach out to this week?" Jem, this is interesting. This person's heart is full, so I don't know what the relationship is like. But this person's already got a heart space that's full, and they're not really like clearing any space for you, Jem. So I'd be a little bit worried about that. And then I would be also looking for specific signs. So even if this person reaches out to you, you should kind of check and make sure that they're not showing you any red flags, because this person has quite a full heart, and I feel that too. I wish more people were forthright with feelings. It's hard because obviously I can't say everything that comes to my brain because it's not fair, you know? It's also that depending on what I'm feeling, I want to make sure that it's said in a tactful manner. Because sometimes we could say that we want something, and then when it happens, we start running away from it. So, hi there. I would like to know what spirit wants me to know. Okay, so firstly, your emotions control a lot of your life, Avisha, and you need to realize that your emotions, whether they're negative or positive, change the way that you interact with things. You have to be more present minded because that is actually really hurting you, is that you're thinking very much in the future, and you should need to be more grounded. There's also a call that there's a lot of options available to you, but that doesn't mean that they're all real options. So I would say to you that you're called to be more grounded, Avisha. You're very welcome, Avisha. Sumbala says, what do my guides want me to know right now? Okay, Page of Pentacles. You need to work on your finances. Learn a lot more about financial knowledge because there seems to be that thing. King of Cups in reverse. So if you're masculine, this is you. If you're feminine, you could be bringing this person in, or you are currently dating this person. So King of Cups in reverse is quite emotional. So this could be that you're spending money on this person, which I would definitely say. And the cards are actually telling you to be more wise about your money. Richard says, hello, how would be married life? It seems like it's nice. Okay. This is interesting spread actually. This is this seems like there's a lot of things that you won't worry about. You won't worry about a lot of things, Richard, because it seems like you'll get in a space of really that you won't have to worry about things. But it comes with a death cycle. So the death cycle will finish. So it kind of feels like there's going to be a part of your life that's going to be finished because you're married. But you shouldn't worry about that because we all go through cycles. It's good to end up in a new cycle because if we keep repeating the same cycle over and over again, we wouldn't learn anything. But I think this seems very positive, and it seems that you'll go through a period of really unbound happiness. Enchantress says, hi, Cassandra. What do colleagues see me as competition? What else? Okay, so it seems like there's a lot of things going for you in at work, and it's because like you're very expansive. Like you tend to be able to say yes to things very quickly. And so they might be feeling very jealous or very like, why did she get that? But you shouldn't really think about them, you know, because I think that they could have these options. You just tend to take them quite quickly, you know. Free says, does Sagittarius Daniel feel about me? I am Aquarius. Okay. Yeah. My ex was Aquarius. Don't, I'm not holding it back with you, Free. Okay, so honestly, this person is should be focused on money, but they are focusing on love. But they're also this person might not have let you go free. I think that's the case where they just want you to come back. Sunblood says, what are A Aries' current thoughts and feelings about me? I think this is very sad. This person tends to be in a very anxious headspace. They tend to be very addictive to pulling themselves apart. And this is hard because overall you can't really help them. And they tend to be very much future minded when they should be present, and they think that they have a lot of options in the future when they don't. So it's kind of a hard part, Sumbler, is that if you're asking whether they'll commit or they'll kind of move on with you, I don't think so, because this person tends to sabotage a lot. And they tend to put themselves in a situation where they tend to lose things because they are already planning the future, you know? So Yelk says, another one, have I met my next partner yet? Someone totally new, thanks. It's weird because you're not actually manifesting anybody right now. There's no ideas, and you might be quite selfish when it comes to um, asking what you want. So let's say if I don't have imagination of who I really want, then I create this cardboard copy of everything I want and desire in a person without understanding that if I want or desire anything, I have to match that. I have to make sure that, let's say, if I want a gorgeous person, you know, um, I have to match that. I have to be either good looking or I have to have a certain amount of wealth. It's the case. I have to then do that, you know. If I really want someone smart, then I need to be smart myself, you know? And that brings in people. So you gotta think about, oh, imagine who you want. Because at the moment, you're kind of giving like a cardboard cutout. You're not really telling the universe who you want and who you're going to match energy with. You're very welcome, Sunblow. Will San contact me today? Thank you. Yes, Sanch. So, San will contact you today. Curti says, how is you? I'm going great, thank you, Curti. What is DS's true feelings for me? Does he truly love me or just cheat? This is interesting because there's nothing with love. I feel like this person feels guilty what they do to you, Curti, but this person's not willing to listen to anybody about this. So I don't think that this person really. How can I explain it? They probably have justified their cheating. And I don't want them to keep on doing this to you, but they'll probably keep on doing this and still deal with the guilt, you know? Because they're not really getting shamed, they're not really caring, you know? So, yeah. Germani says, hello, should me and Frank follow through to plan a baby, or is he not the guy apart future? It's funny, Germani, because you guys are struggling as you are, but it's weird because I don't see a baby for you. So the Empress in reverse means the usually no kids. It's either that or no creativity. So it's interesting because you could read both of those, but I would say that you won't have a child with this person, even though you guys are struggling to be together. So, Jamani, I wouldn't say that this person's going to be part of your future in the in in the future. What am I saying? Not in the future. Yes, that's what I want to say. My brain just did a complete fart. It went, you know. Sorry, Jamani, about that. Will I get a big deal in my business? Yes or no, says Kartik. Yes. Yes. But the interesting thing is this is down to you knowing how to deal with people, Kartik. Honestly, you're very good at making people feel loved, cared, and appreciated. So I think that you've got all the skills. So you will get this deal. Yes, you will. Lola, I will get to yours. So Poocha says a love reading for June. This is interesting, Poocha, because your emotions are actually controlling the way that you deal with life. So honestly, I feel like if you do treat this month with love, like just love for everything, it'll come to you. Also, Nine of Cups means that you've gone through a lot of self discovery, dealing with a lot of things, and you're starting to realize to get out and see and experience the world outside your head. So I think that that's good. I don't see anybody coming in for you, but I don't see that the energy wouldn't be if you apply the things that I said, like bringing in that love, bringing that happiness, reflecting it out to the world and getting it bounced back to you, I would say is very good. Angela says, how will my next week be general reading? Okay, there's a financial offer that you should take, but also there's little bits of money coming in as well, Angelina. So honestly, this is a week for money, and I think overall you've been trying to do this for a while, and it's working. So Pillai Kavita, what was the question? Because oh, did you? Oh, you were asking whether you needed a government job. Give me a second. Sadip does truly loves Pilali and his next actions towards me. So this is interesting because his heart's healing and he is saving all his emotions for you. So it seems like this person's very much trying to show that he really cares for you. And is really willing to commit. So, Kavita says, government job. I would say that you're asking whether you will get a government job. Okay, so it seems like you're struggling and you're winning with this government job, but you won't be traveling for it. So it seems like it's very close to you. Just keep on doing the kind of work, and you will get that, Kavita. Thank you, babe. Okay, so Richie says, I dash current feelings and next actions towards me. Okay, so this Richie means that you need to be a little bit more tactful, less blunt, because you're coming over as being very um authoritarian or very um aggressive in the wording. So you need to kind of be a little bit more soft. The Knight of Cups means that you're actually coming out of this space where you can look around and you see things as outside your head or and space. So honestly, I think that you're doing very well, and you just need to be a little bit. So this person might find it very hard to deal with you right now, and you can be a little bit more soft and a little bit more tactful. Current energy of my future spouse. Okay. they're probably not really thinking about much, Sasha Salon. Honestly, this person probably is sitting at home playing computer games. So they're not really doing much with themselves. And they're going to be working on themselves later on. But this year, yeah, no. They're just like doing their own thing right now. Okay, so what does A feel for me currently? Uh, is missing me. Yes, this person is actually missing you, Cookie. Um, they're not really excited about being with themselves, and they're highly emotional, so they are missing you, but they might not tell you, but they're missing you. You're very welcome, Pele. So will I get a job offer from the last company? This is interesting. I think so. But is this really what you want, Mercy? Because it seems like you're really kind of beating yourself up about this. And I don't know whether this means that you really, really want this job. You'll get it, but I don't know whether that's going to truly make you happy. Juliana, you don't have to spam. I will get to your message. Laura says next actions towards me. This person needs to focus more on the present. They really aren't taking any actions towards you, Laura. Um, you're part of their lives, but I don't feel like they're really putting a lot of effort in, Laura. So I would honestly say to you that this person might really not care as much as you do. Cornwall says, what will my mom tell other family members regarding Saddam's marriage proposal to me? It's been 10 days. It seems like your mom doesn't think that this is going to go through. Honestly, I would not be worried about what other people say. But like your mom's not really happy about the proposal. But it seems Carmel that you shouldn't worry about what other people think. MD says, is M in love with me even though he's now with a third party? Uh, it's hard because like I don't see any kind of love here. Like the person that you're talking about is healing their heart, but they're still really kind of considering this as a venture. So I don't feel like this person loves you as much as they are just you're just there for them, you know? And I'd be a little bit worried about you overall not being used in this connection, which I'm a little bit worried about overall. Because I don't see anything about you. I don't see any kind of love cards. Even though their heart is healing, I don't know whether they will actually choose that to be you. You know? If I choose this path with Pulse Modeling Agency, would I become a supermodel? I don't think so. I think that you've got to kind of look at yourself and self reflect what you want. but I feel overall you're probably asking too much out of these people, you know? Sorry, Haley. What should I know for the moment, says Shua. That you're actually getting out of a place that you got stuck. Now, this is not mostly mental, this is actually more physicality. And that your emotions really have an impact how you view your life and how things are reflected back to you. Sure, so I would definitely say that's the thing. Should I consider doing a PhD next year? What lies ahead? Interesting. I think that honestly, it will teach you to be more. Okay. Yes, you should. It'll actually it's like help you travel, and it'll also teach you like to become more of an intelligent person, Dee Dee. So honestly, I say go for it because I don't see anything bad about it, and I think you'll be very excited when you finish it. You're very welcome, Haley. Is there anybody that stalks me? Okay. They're sending stocks through the mail? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You meant stalk. It's okay, Sasha. Okay. Uh, yeah, there is one, but I feel like they tend to like stalk you because they want a relationship with you. I think that you've told them no, and they don't realize that your heart is full. So they're staying around to see if you are actually full in a connection with them. Thank you guys who ever come in. Don't worry, I will answer your questions. So Leva says, will the Scorpio reach out to me soon for something specific? Leva, this is very interesting because I would say not for anything specific. I think they'll reach out, but it won't be soon. I would say in the next month or so. They're really not doing that. Okay, so Uh, Heidi says, is a good idea to meet up with T this week. Interesting. Yes, I think so. It'll be a very interesting conversation. You might struggle a little bit. It will give you a lot of self-reflection, which is a good thing. I don't think that it's a bad thing. So I think that if you're really on that path of understanding, then yes, it's a good idea, Heidi. Faye says, will I be in a relationship with ES in the future? So will it be a good relationship? Yes. I think that you have to be specific about what you want. You will end up in this relationship. Um, and life is good. I think if you're very content as a person, it will be a very good relationship. So, 1-1 guidance is my boyfriend using me for money and fame and want to marry me for the same reason? No. Interestingly enough. They tend to be quite possessive, quite jealous over you. They tend to be with you because their life is in chaos. And honestly, I don't think they'll ever stop being such a person of chaos. Um, And I think there's a certain amount of ownership and control here. So if you do want that, then that's fine. I'm not gonna say to you like, hey, this is a thing. but do realize that this person tends to feel like they have to control you or have to, um, yeah, I would say control is something that they don't understand. They want to be in control. Thank you, babe. Bujana, thank you, babe, for looking after me. Hi, dear. My ex didn't contact me in May. Will he contact me in June, maybe? But Jana, you will have to plan this contact. They tend to be not really thinking about it. So I would honestly say don't get angry, don't get upset, don't get frustrated, but you'll have to plan this connection because they won't contact you otherwise. Well, what, did you actually have a question with that? You're very welcome. Haley says, why did I have a dream about my enemy last night? In the dream, she was cursing me. This is interesting. This dream was more about that you're getting something in your life that you feel guilty about. And I feel like, Haley, this is not good. This is actually about your psychological level of how you desire things. And it's just frustrating and a little bit upsetting that there's something holding you back from what you want. And that's why you had a dream about this. You're very welcome, Bajana. So Jano says, does Kira want a relationship with the future with me? Honestly, I feel like this person doesn't really tend to understand, like, okay. I think with you and her, Jano, it's kind of a hard thing because I feel this sense of frustration and a little bit of anger because this person wants you to step up into a masculine role. And you're not really doing that right now. So it's kind of a hard, a frustrating thing where this person might feel like you don't tend to step up. And this person doesn't know how to deal in a manner that's not going to be that they're waiting around for you. So it's kind of a hard thing where you're waiting for the person, and I said to my sister actually, and I'll explain this to you. There in dancing you can be the leader or you can be the follower. And this person knows how to follow. They don't know how to lead. And so if you want them to be a leader, they're not going to be able to know the steps. Um, they're a great follower. They can make everybody look good. That they probably are a great dancer, you know? They dance through life, but they just don't know how to lead themselves, you know? Um and so they're frustrated because they want you to do that. Renee, does Lizzie have romantic feelings for me? Oh, this is interesting. There's a lot here. Okay. Honestly, I, this person's a little bit confused. I would definitely say they're confused. There's a couple of things that I would say. Is honestly, this is the emperor in the past. So you guys were slowly growing your connection. At the moment, they don't really want to play with you. The star in reverse means that you should grow yourself first, and the Ace of Swords means that you should be less blunt. So it kind of feels like at the moment, the present moment, you have to work on yourself. Ace of Wands, in the future, this seems to be something that this person might want. And I wouldn't say that they won't want it. They just don't do that at the moment, Renee. So I feel like you've got to work on yourself before you get this person. Okay. Hello, Tusha and Sonia. Welcome to chat. Give me a couple of minutes, probably about 30. Lola says, can I have a general? Okay, so interesting enough, you've got King of Pentacles and you have attention based uh, behavior. So this is actually the what I would call attention based behavior in the past. So it's interesting. King of Pentacles in reverse can be quite selfish, quite greedy. Um, they want to or overly obsessed with money, let's say. And this person kind of doesn't understand that you might want their love, you might want their affection, um, or you're bringing this person in. Now, the manipulation in the past is how you've dealt with them dealing with their things. Now, you might never get love from this person. You have to be okay with that, Lola, because this person only works with. They go through life dealing with money. Now, this person tends to be view the life through what they can buy. Now, they will buy love, they will buy everything. You know, if they wanted something tomorrow, they would buy it, you know. And they deal with their relationships pretty much the same. And if you really want this person to love you, I don't think that they will love you the way that you want them to love them. You want them to love you, you know. Unfortunately, Lola. Will I get a reunion with my husband, Taurus? Okay, Dipti, this is interesting because you could possibly get this person. Um, Ace of Swords means that you have to be less direct, less blunt. You have to be a little bit more nice to this person, I feel. The Hermit in reverse means that this person's gone on a journey. They don't really want to be around people. They're possibly even shut down in themselves. And the Emperor means, in reverse, means that you can build this connection with them slowly over time. So it kind of feels like this is a work, you know? And if you really want this person back, you might need to deal with how you deal with conflict. Because overall, this person tends to be a person that shuts down quite quickly. And so if you're very blunt and you're very direct, they see that as a sign of anger and they will run away from that. They're not very good with dealing with anything that could be confrontational. They tend to shut down quite quickly. So overall, I would say that that's the hardest part. So Lynn says, "What are the energies being projected towards me currently?" Okay, interesting. It seems like someone's interested in you. There is two people around you that are getting stuff So I feel like this person's a little bit cautious when it comes to um, deciding whether you are a friend or something else. So these are two people, I would say, based on how I feel about them. So this person's a little bit cautious about choosing friends. And honestly, they are that way because they've always been. And the other person is King of Swords in reverse. So this could be an ex, Lynn, or someone that you deal with quite a lot. So a boss. Yeah, I feel someone that you get in contact with every now and again. And they are angry. They're just I don't think it's you. I don't think that that anger is directed to you. It's directed at everything. They are dealing with some things right now. Um, yeah, you should be very sad for this person. They're going through some things that you don't want to know about, but the way that they deal with it is not okay. And you might have to like remove yourself from their contact as much as possible. But yeah, they're going through quite a lot of things that I wouldn't say is particularly nice. Sorry, I'm I'm not going to cry, but I do like the connection that I got there. That person is going through a lot. Jolia says, "Is A love me?" Interesting enough, this person admires and respects you quite a lot, Jolia. Even though you can be quite cut off and a little bit distant for them, they see that your passion, your commitment, you are very you've got something that you really want to work on, and they see that and they're really attracted to that, Jolia. Their heart is healing though, so I would say that they're not in a love state yet, but because they're healing, that means that they're in a space that they want to try for you. So Jolia, I wouldn't say that this person doesn't love you. They're just not there as much as you think they are. You're very welcome, Lynn. Cherish says general reading, what do I need to know? Oh no. Okay. It's not a bad thing. Okay, so Knight of Wands, Swords, you actually have quite a lot of energy. Um, but it's getting misdirected. It's being used on things that it doesn't need to be used on, and you might not have a plan of action, so your energy is just going like this, and it's not getting used a way that it needs to be used. Like you've got lots of energy, you could direct it to something that really would help you. Um, 10 of Swords in reverse means that you're actually getting out of something that you were stuck in, physicality, and you can actually escape and get out of the place that you were stuck in, which is good. Your emotions have like a reflect. It's weird because people don't realize how important emotions are. Because we're constantly getting people's emotions, and I don't think you need to be empathic for emotions to affect you. Just as an empath, you'll or highly sensitive. Let's say highly sensitive because sometimes people it's hard to explain because I think that when we call people empaths, there is this kind of um, argument out there on the internet. But highly sensitive person, um, that your emotions, everybody in chat, your emotions really have a meaning that as physical as the air you breathe. Even though you can't see them, they still exist, you know? And that's what I would say is you bounce back emotions off other people. So if this person here was thinking everyone's selfish, they're acting out in a selfish manner. So everyone around them goes, "Oh, okay, well, you stole the last cookie. I'll eat all my biscuits by myself, you know? And so, therefore, this person then has confirmation bias about how the world is, and that's how they get in this spiral of like everybody's selfish because I know that everyone's selfish. Hello, Vishali, how are you? Okay, not that I would say that you are Cherish. um, so general read for Morgan. Interesting. Queen of Pentacles in reverse. You're working on something and you're working very hard. And honestly, I think that it will pay off for you. So, this is usually a financial endeavor more than anything else because pentacles tend to be money orientated. They tend to view things through the lens of money. The hangman in upright means that you're naturally going to fall into something. So this usually means that you should kind of look around, clear your clear where you're gonna land, and then you can land. I don't think that you're worried about this. Actually, I think that you're probably slightly on the hesitant side, but you're doing very well, and I think you'll naturally progress and drop into something that you really enjoy. Losto says, currently unemployed. Any messages for you? Okay, interesting. Okay, there's something about your CV, the top lines of your CV, so where you put your name and your address is wrong. There's something around it that like a spelling error or something like that. That it's just a weird thing whether you're using the font that's different that is unreadable or it's something to do with your font up your top of your page or a spelling error. It's in the title of your resume. Um yeah, and it's interesting. I'm getting called to tell you to put it on LinkedIn or yeah, I think LinkedIn and connect it to all your friends. Because I don't think, Loso, that you're not educated. There's something about that you've got quite a lot of skills and you've got a degree or something. I feel like that's the case. So it's just like interesting. Finances to improve. I think that you can do quite a lot of things with gigs. Like I think that you could do little jobs for people also while you're waiting for other things to improve. Miriam says general for June, please. There's a lot of people that are manifesting quite a lot that at the moment. So June is a good time for you manifesting in things, and I think that you're supposed to save for these things. So it's more like I want to go on holiday, I want to go on a trip. You've got to save for this manifestation that's coming in. Even though you can do it, you should still save for it. Okay, Stefana says messages from E's higher self for me. Okay, so this is interesting because honestly, this person might feel like you're slightly calling yourself short, I think, Stefano. Um, that you are actually very much capable of being more, being more mature, taking on more responsibility, getting some things that you want in life, because I think you tend to talk yourself down because of your age. Um, I feel like that's an age thing more than you aren't a very, you're not mature. You know, for your age, you're quite mature. If that makes sense, Stefania. Peace says, "Does Sagittarius talk bad behind my back?" Mm. Okay, so this person might feel like you don't share, and you're quite egotistical or selfish because they see that you got a lot of opportunities, Peace, and they just think that it's unfair that you've got so many more than they do, even though they really could have probable things that are good for them. They just don't notice. They see that there's a lot more things that you get, you know? Give me a second. I need to turn on the light. I forgot to plug it in. I'm definitely not organized today. There you go. Much better. Sorry about that, guys. It's getting darker, darker, darker. Will Anas give me a birthday gift, Juliana? I feel like this is no. But you should realize it's because this person's dealt with a lot and they might not have told you everything that's going on with their lives. So they're addicted to healing themselves, which is hard because I would definitely say to you that this person's kind of chaotic. So they deal with a lot. I would not say that they will give you a birthday gift. Sorry about that. Okay, Pilali says, when will Sadip contact me? Well, those turned her over. Um, it might be a while, and I think when you get contacted, you might not politely like the answer. You'll probably not be very happy about it, and not excited about it, unfortunately. So politely, good luck, but they will contact you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, unfortunately, I had to take the day off. I miss you guys though. Will tomorrow be good? This is interesting, Butterfly, because it will be good, but I don't know whether you will let yourself enjoy it. So it's kind of a weird thing where you spend a lot of time kind of being in a space where you let the critic take over and you kind of get the critic to talk you down. But if you don't really think about it as in um exciting or challenging and tend to quieten your brain, yeah, your tomorrow will be very good. SSK says, which career path should I? Oh my god. Government job, IT job, YouTube stock market. Thanks. Okay, So, firstly, I'm going to tell you that you're supposed to keep your happiness to yourself. So, it's like something that makes you happy, not anybody else, you. So, it's kind of an interesting thing, SSK, because you're really not thinking about um what would help you. Like, what would make you the most happy? You're thinking about how other people perceive you. SSK, it also seems like you can choose two of those. And I would honestly say to you, you might need to balance the risk with something that's steady. So I would honestly say take two, work really hard on them, and that's where you're going in the future. I can't tell you where you're going, SSK, because I think you already know where you want to go. Lara says, from where my future husband could be. Weirdly enough, I'm getting like Louisiana. I don't know why. I don't know. I was thinking like the hat. The like 10-gallon hat or something like that. And maybe a drawl. But yeah, I feel like America. I don't know why, Laura. It just felt like that's the case. Louisiana. Don't know why. Monica says, "Why does Aries think of me, and will he take actions towards me?" This person doesn't want to spend money on you, but they are like sending you money, Monica. It's weird. Like, this person might feel very obsessed about money, but they're giving you gifts of like little bits of money. It's weird because this person overall feels like they don't want to share their wealth, but they still give it to you. So it might be like, how should I define this? They might not be able to afford giving you money, but they might think that that's the only way to keep you interested. Mary says, is Aquib more working with which field, ma'am? Army or hotel management? I think this is interesting because, um, Mary, this person's like telling you whatever feels good to tell you. This person might be addicted to um telling you things, you know? I think that you'll realize a lot more about this person in general. But from the cards, it seems like this person possibly does more hospitality than anything. Ruchi says, will me and Adash be together in a relationship? We love each other. Yes, I think so. I think so very much, Ruchi. What kind of what kind of my future husband would be. Nani, I don't know whether that makes sense to me. Okay, this is interesting because Nania, it's weird. At the moment, the cards are predicting that there is going to be heartbreak with this relationship, and there's struggle walking away, and there's not going to be any extra money coming in. Nania, I am a firm believer that we can change our futures. So I think the cards want to tell you that don't pick someone that's going to be someone that you think will be fixed. You know, Narnia. I think this is cards saying don't pick someone that's going to need to be fixed because they won't fix. They'll never be fixed. So honestly, I feel that you need to seek out someone that's honest and that will want to give you more than just money. So I think that the cards are saying at the moment this could happen to you. Um, but the whole idea is now you know that this could happen to you. You will choose a different relationship. Jenna says, "Do you see me buying a house this year? Thanks." Yes, I think so. I definitely see that. You have to plan this out quite well. You have to really plan this, but you will get this, Janice. You gotta be a little bit careful of which house you get stuck with. The cards are telling me that you need to worry about which house you get stuck with because you'll get stuck with this house for a while. So honestly, you've got to be a little bit careful about which house you choose. A butterfly says, will AK and I be a couple this year? Knight of Pentacles and Page of Wands. I don't know whether this person is working hard for this connection. This actually means that this person's lacking and they're really not like really interested as far as I know, Butterfly. They just don't feel like they're putting in any hard work, if that makes sense to you. Okay, who's coming towards you in love? Cherish, it's interesting because the cards are telling me that this don't worry, the sky is not falling down on your head. So it seems like at the moment you might be in your own space, very much in your own little box, and you need to get out of it, maybe out of your comfort zone. And you need to focus on money instead of love, because you're really, actually, weirdly enough, yes, yes, you need to focus on that. So it seems like even though you're asking me who's coming in for you, it feels like you are already kind of cherish, kind of scared of love coming in. So you're actually pushing it away at the moment. Um, and I think the cards are reading your overall anxiety as well, which is sad. I don't know how to help you other than maybe stop drinking as much caffeine if you do. There's kind of this anxiety to you that I don't know whether it's general anxiety or it's induced anxiety. through something else. But I do see you being very anxious overall. And I think that you need to kind of realize that you're all right. You're right. You're okay. You're very welcome, Morgan. Aldonia says, "Hello, how are you? I'm going great. Can I have a general?" Ooh, I think Aldonia, it means that you are working on a lot of things right now, and the biggest thing that you've got is not coming to fruition. It seems like you need to refocus your mind on this. So you don't worry, don't panic. All the little things that you wanted, the little things in life that were getting towards something, you're definitely going to get, you know? So I feel like this is good. Overall, it seems like you're going to be focused on some really good things. How is everybody in chat? Sorry that it takes me a while to get to everybody's. Shreya says a true feelings for towards me. Ooh, interesting. So this is interesting. This person has a yin yang partnership with you, Sheree, but you also had a tower moment. So this is a weird thing for me because usually these two don't show up. So it seems like you guys have this magnetic connection, really great, this masculine feminine energy. Guys, even if you are same genders, you've got to realize that you can have this masculine feminine energy even if you're the same, you know? Um yeah. The tower moment means that it kind of fell down or will fall down not that far away. The tower tends to be quite sudden, quite dramatic. And it means that you guys haven't fostered enough of a foundation. So when things like little arguments or something like that, the whole thing falls down. Now, I don't know. Let me clarify because I'm a little bit confused whether you guys are still going to be together. Okay. No. I don't know whether you will be together after this tower moment because the death card means that you guys are holding on to something that happened in the past. Now, Shri, this could be that this person still is in connection with their ex, which means that this person might not be willing to let them go. Now, that means that you guys can't have that connection unless they really let that person go. Will A contact me? Says Tusha. Okay, you are called to trust the universe on this, and whether she calls or she doesn't call, Tusha, is down to the universe, trusting the universe, but also the Fool in reverse. So I definitely say that she will contact you, but you've got to be more aware. You've got to look at this as eyes that see everything, you know? Be aware of why she wants to contact you. You're very welcome, Shree. Hello, Cassandra. Sonia says, feelings of grief towards me and next actions. This is a very interesting person, Sonia. I feel like they tend to be very high, like higher action, high adventures. I don't know whether this person tends to be around you a lot, and they tend to be in their own space slightly selfish, I feel. Maybe not selfish, more self-absorbed, which could be a case. Next action, it's hard because I feel like this person is really wanting to explore adventures, and they might not really want you to come with them, Sonia. So, Sonia, I would definitely not understand this person's connection other than they still are attached to you in some way. Hello, no name. Yes, you can. I scroll down, so it might take me a while, but I will still have you on the list. So who will be my brother's future wife? What are all the qualities she have? Will the both of them be compatible with each other? They're married wife. Um, Interesting enough, your brother will work very hard for this person. I don't know whether they will really want to be around this wife, as in they probably don't. They'll tell you all the horrible things that their wife does. I don't know whether it's completely true. But their wife won't choose anything for herself. She tends to not make the choices. So it's kind of an interesting thing where she will let him do whatever he wants to do. I think there's compatibility there, but it's going to be more um how can I explain it? Necessary kind of connection. There's not going to be as much love as you think they are, because I could see this being in couples that have lived together for a long time. There's just like this kind of bit where they live with each other, but they're not completely engaged with each other. Um, so I think that they will do well. It's just um one of those connections, I feel. You're very welcome, Tusha. A cookie says, "What does he feel when he will see me for the first time?" Okay, so I feel like this person tends to not chase. So I don't know whether they will work on just work on that connection. So it seems like you need to cookie trust the universe on it, because I don't know whether this person tends to work towards something at all. Okay, I need to scroll down because I lost myself. It's funny to say I've lost myself, but I have. So yeah, it might be one of those weird connections where, like, the first time you meet that person, it doesn't go that great, and don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Will I have a baby by the end of 2023? It doesn't feel like there's a baby, but you do realize that there's going to be some flirting and some caring. So it might be that I will take that back, Jemani. You might be starting to have a baby. Not It's not going to be that. It's going to be, yeah, about like the first month, I feel, at the end. So it's going to be like just at that point of time. you know. It's not going to be completely there yet, you know. Sasha Shalon says, what will be my profession in the future? Interestingly enough, there is, like, you've already kind of picked it. But it's more like your own self thing, Sasha Salon. So you picked that choice for yourself. The Empress in upright means it's a creative job. It's creative. It's weird because, like, I'm cool to say that you work with color. That's one thing that I will tell you is it's a very creative endeavor. I don't know whether it's painting though. It's something working with color, and you're very highly creative in this thing. I think I'm cool to say that you'll be like, how can I say it? Interior decorator or something like that, where you're actually matching paint on a wall. That's what I could see, is like you're changing the ambience of things. Uh, should I move back? Should I stay in my relationship? Okay, you've got to realize that if you move back, yeah, it seems like it's interesting thing because it is an option there, but it might not be the best option because it gives you like a free way out of something. Like it's kind of like you're allowed to do it. Like it's possibly a selfish choice, but you can do that. That is an option, yes. So I don't think that you should rule that out. Should you stay in your relationship? It doesn't seem like you're working very hard at this relationship, Mo. And it seems like this person knows that you're not working hard for that relationship as well. Let me pull a. Yeah, I think that overall you're a very, very nice person. You tend to be kind of a very intelligent thought thinker. And I think if you came across someone that was a match, like if you said, wow, this person's amazing, like they're so smart, they are intelligently beautiful, or like honestly, if the person was working harder, um and they were looking after themselves and you were working hard at the relationship, then I would say that yeah, you should stay. But I don't think you guys are working hard at this relationship at all. Can I get an oracle card? Oh, you want me to move? I'm not that old. Oh, I am not old. It's okay. I'm sitting down. Okay. Don't worry, butterfly. It's okay. I'm just teasing you. Uh, Elisa says, "What is in Yai's mind? Will he give commitment to me?" Oh, this is interesting. So death card in reverse. I always usually say that this is a past relationship of this person, and they're holding on to this past relationship, so they're not available. They're not emotionally available. They're not physically available sometimes. They're just like they will always compare the person that they have with the person that they lost. You know, the Fool in reverse means that you should be wary of this person, even if you kind of are carefree and you kind of go around your business. Do watch them for what they do, but I don't feel like this person will commit. And if they commit, they're still in this relationship in their mind. Blessings coming towards you, Haley. It seems like there's a lot of little things that are coming towards you, Haley. And it seems like there's a lot of things that you're going to achieve. And you're going to become way more happy about yourself. I think overall you're quite content then, and you'll understand that there's a lot of things that might be small, but they come with such a great feeling of like accomplishment. I feel. Okay, so Kate's current feelings, says Sarita. This is interesting because this person tends to be very obtuse. They tend to um not understand other people. I feel like they tend to, Sarita, be not able to understand a lot about other people. But they are very nervous about what you feel. Like that they're worried about how the relationship's going to go, and they are going to be surprised and happy that you are thinking the same way as them about this relationship overall, but they're kind of like really nervous, I feel. AD says T has a prejudice about me. What's the prejudice? Interestingly enough, I feel like it's the way that your hobbies, Haiti, that you tend to stay at home and you tend to not talk to a lot of people and you still spend a lot of money. So it might be like buying lots of video games. It's weird because it's like you stay at home but you're still buying things. You don't like being around other people. You kind of get scared about them. So they maybe a geek comes to mind. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. So it might just be that. You're very welcome, Haley. Vishali says, when will I get a job? Please give me guidance. Okay. Interestingly enough, it seems, Vishali, you're holding yourself back. There is this, you've got to rethink your approach when it comes to job hunting. But Vishali, you're kind of holding on to a cycle. You're holding on to some grief. You might have been laid off your job and you really enjoyed what you were doing in the past. So it seems like you're still holding on to this and you need to let it go, because if we hold on to a cycle, it keeps on repeating. And you see this with your job hunting, is you're still comparing it to what you had in the past. Hello, DT, how are you? X says, how is Jay feeling about me? Okay, Nine of Pentacles. So this person's not working really hard. So this tends to be, yeah, um, tends to be where they are, um, they're slacking off really. You might want them to like Yeah. Do do more. So Hex, also that you tend to be um catering for their every need. I think that that's what I would say is you're making your love far too easy. And it just means that they're not working. They're not appreciating this connection. And so I would honestly say, like, they can cook their own dinner. That's what I'm feeling. They could do their own clothes washing, you know? Even if they haven't asked you that, it feels like that. AK current feelings for you, please. This person's got a life choice with this butterfly. So it seems like, how can I explain it? Um Usually I get this when people ask for guys, and I would assume based on how I feel about it is the single or the commitment. So it's like whether they should be a bachelor or they should be like stepping into a relationship. If you're in a relationship, it means that they're thinking about the commitment, you know. But it's upright. So whatever choice they're making, they're actively choosing the choice, which is great. You don't really want people not to choose, because life chooses for them. They're also currently manifesting this relationship. So even if they're looking very detached about this, they're actually actively manifesting this relationship. So they are tied to this, they're connected to this, they're actually bringing this into their life. So, how can I explain it? It's like if someone, if you had a tail, because I'm not going to talk about a kitty cat, because that would be mean and cruel. You have a tail, and someone ties a tin can to your tail, and you're running around going, "Oh yeah, like I don't want this tin can," but you're actively pulling this along with you. So it seems like a lot of times when people talk about manifestation, they don't realize that sometimes you have what you're manifesting in is tied to you, you know, and you're running around going, we'll see about it. You're actively manifesting it in. So be careful. Whatever's tied to your tail is coming into you for you too. Katish says, who's going to be in my love life? Exo next. Katish, it seems like someone that you already know, and I would say is like X, weirdly enough, and you'll keep this connection this time. So I would say this person hasn't physically moved, so I would definitely say X. Yeah, be careful of what's attached to your tail. Your metaphysical tail. Cassie says, will Eric be out of my life? No. This person is definitely really wanting to be around you, and you're also emotionally attached to this person. Which is hard because I think that they are creating more tears than happiness. So I honestly say, Erikasi, if this is the case, if they're making you more emotional, if they're making you cry a lot, then you have to say no because they keep on being connected to you by, yeah. Monica says, well, this Aries didn't give me any money because we already met first time. Strange. It could just be the way that they perceive things, you know? And, yeah, it seems like they, like, you gotta realize that in some ways, pentacles can be very much unattached to emotions. They don't they value time as a commodity as well. So sometimes it's very hard for them to detach from the thing that they spend money on you in some way, you know? SSK, I want to really join some government job that will make me happy, but I'm unable to clear the government exams. Will I do so in the future? I'm less with a few chances due to age constraints. This is interesting because it seems SSK um it's hard because you're not working hard enough. That's what the cards want to tell you. But it's kind of a weird thing because you're very emotional as well about this. And I think if you were less emotional, then your hard work would improve. So it's kind of a hard thing because um the cards would say not yet. I think you've got to deal with both of these first, SSK, if that makes sense to you. Unfortunately, that's the hard thing. Matina, will me and R be in a relationship this year? No, I don't think so. So these two are like the hermit and the world. So someone's actually going to be going traveling, and the other one's going to stay, Martina. So it kind of feels like someone's going off to see the world and someone's staying at home. And so therefore this relationship won't be this year, unfortunately. You're very welcome, SKSK. I'm sorry to say that it's not hard work. It could be just the way that you're approaching it, you know? It could be that you're taking off too much, and because it's all emotionally tied to you, you're actually doing yourself a disservice by being emotionally attached to it, because then you're in exam and you're um, getting emotional, if that makes sense. Will I get engaged in 2023 to my boyfriend of 6 years? Will there be obstacles? I don't think so. I think that, yeah, you guys are going to step into a bigger commitment. I don't know whether this is engaged or just straight up married. There's just this bit where you guys transition out of something, and this is coming with less mental hurdle for you. So wherever you are in the future, you're going to be happy with him. And also Two of Cups, you guys are so great together. I think that there's a beautiful practicality with your relationship, DD. But I honestly can say that the Two of Cups is such a beautiful card. It's it's sharing something together, and just enjoying each other's company. It's possibly the most practical out of the love cards for me. And it does show a certain amount of commitment overall to that person. Hello, Melly. Stefania says my second question is there a potential for a relationship between me? Sorry, I need to drink some water. I'm choking on myself. That's not good. Sorry, thank you for your patience. I know, I'm clumsy. Okay, so is there potential of relationship between me and F? No. Um, it seems like this person tends to be very chaotic. It's weird. This person has like energy of a wands, but they're coming up as the King of Pentacles. So it's kind of like they are and they aren't. You know, they are kind of responsible, but they're not. So it's weird because I would say where this person wants to be and who they are on the outside and who they want to be is completely two different people. Um this possible person could be a Gemini. This could be a thing, Stefania. Because they have this kind of weird energy that I would say is strange. So with the Hermit and the King of Pentacles, so this person could be a Scrooge McDuck kind of thing where they sit at home and they try and obsess about money. But at the same time, the King of Knight of Swords and the World means that this person tends to be quite chaotic overall and wants to travel. So it's weird. There's two different personalities that I would say are coming through. Whether or not they realize that they have completely two different genders in their lives, that's the main thing. But one thing that I would say to you is sorry. Yeah, this is Five of Pentacles in reverse means that this person overall does not see this connection together with you. Actually, it's not. Is it Pentacles? I would say it's Pentacles based on the kibble. Um, but yeah, this card set's a little bit different. So sometimes, like, even if I tell you the meaning, you might not know. But yeah, they don't see that you are the same or similar. So this is weird because I think you guys have compatibility, but because this person hasn't resolved it in themselves, they cannot see a compatibility with you because they are arguing with themselves what they want. So I don't think that you'll be together with this person. I am Katie, and you? Sorry, Stefania. Sabaha says, when will I get a confirmation call from the ozone pharmaceutical for a job? This is interesting because this seems like you will soon because the mental struggle is starting to ease. But the interesting thing is that you're supposed to be non-distracted. So I would say soon. I would think when you're kind of like slightly busy, so keep your phone on you. Because they will contact you probably the day after tomorrow, from what I'm feeling. Yes, Maria, you need to put a question. I'm doing good, girl. It's my day off work. Woohoo! Put down your questions. It might take me about 30 minutes to get to everybody's in the list so far. But thank you for being here. Thank you. Can you please check if I earn good this year? Struggling currently with finances. It's interesting because you're not cared for, you're not protected. So this is scary. We're going to have another. Yeah, so you need to work on not love but money. So it seems like you should focus on um not caring about this. You need to focus on this. So Yeah, it seems like no one's coming to save you. That's one thing that I would say, is no one's coming to save you. Also, this is like being more discerning. So it seems like you can have a choice, butterfly, of getting something better, but you need to be more choosy when it comes. Um it seems like overall I would say you need to just be okay with being slightly uncomfortable right now, which is not great, but this will ease. This will ease. And I think this is just for a couple of months. So do realize that it's coming to an end. It's just that you have to be okay with being slightly uncomfortable right now. Kaya, did he ask his friends about me? No, no, I don't think so. I think also you've got to realize that you might be wanting to ask about that. But Kaya, like, no. this this person doesn't tend to worry about like asking anything. It just like it's just like honestly, this person would drive me nuts. They tend to have a good heart, but they tend to be as scatterbrained as a lot. So do realize that. Sasha Salon says, "What kind of husband will I have?" I think that's you, Sasha. uh, you're not asking for me, right? Okay, I'm assuming this is you. So yeah, I think someone that works like tries to please you, like looks at the little tiny things that they can do for you, and just like they're really happy to have like this great connection with you, so they try, and they're weak towards you. So it seems, Sasha, that you uh yeah, you'll have this person wrapped around your little finger. Like anytime that you ask for something, they'll try very hard to do something about it. So they might be too overeager, and they'll be a little bit more scared of like uh, getting in trouble with you. I think one thing that they will be worried about like how you see them a lot of the time. And you've got to realize that you have to keep on reassuring them, which will get annoying, but to realize that they come from a place of very, very big heart. Like they love a lot, and they have like this big heart. Like I'm sure that they're like a softy or cutie kind of feeling. Good hugs. Maybe a little bit less like ripped, more like like a dad bod thing where they have really good hugs. So cute. Did Jay watch my Insta? If yes, how did he feel about it? I think this person did watch your Insta and was trying to ignore it. Even though they watched it, they're trying not to think about it, which they're not doing very well with overall. Brooklyn Smith, hello. How are you, Brooklyn? I hope you're still in chat. Hello, what's the outcome to Mario or me? It's interesting, Brooklyn, because this seems like one of you's uh going to travel. So I wouldn't I wouldn't say that your connection's going to be strong enough to keep this person tethered to you. So it seems like this person's going to be traveling. So this is not going to happen, unfortunately, with you and Mario. Jasmine says, will Edgar likely become my boyfriend? He's a Gemini and a Libra. Okay, you have to realize that this is going to have to be a very slow connection. Overall, you guys are going to have to learn to deal with each other because you're going to be Libras are all about balance. If you look at a Libra, they have two sides, but they balance each other out. Geminis can switch, and that it's very interesting how they switch because I have a friend that's a Gemini, and I'm a Taurus. We're not supposed to be like friends with each other, mostly because um when I was younger, I could see him switching, and I'd be like, "Why are you lying, bro?" Without like the understanding that they're not lying. They just have two different, completely different faces, and sometimes you've got to realize that they don't balance. They aren't very balanced between the two faces, the two extremes of their personality. So you've got to deal with that. The moon in reverse means that you guys actually don't care what other people think of you. So I think that that's interesting, Jasmine. I would definitely say that this will be highly likely for you guys to be together because you won't care what other people think of you. And when that happens, that means that you'll have to work hard for this connection and you have to work slowly, but I would say that it's generally going to work. It's just going to take time. Keithala says, recently gave my semester exam. Can I expect very good results? Please let me know. Okay, so Cassandra, it seems like you won't get good results. There was something that you were supposed to do in a group or something like that that you or you didn't deal with things very well. I think that you tend to think that you can do it all by yourself, and you can't. You need other people to help you or tutor you. But I think overall you'll get a pass, Kisana. I don't think that it's a fail. Um, but you will have to work on how you approach this in the future because I think you do very well if you're studying in a group, not by yourself. SB, don't worry, I will get to you. You don't need to spam. So honestly, it's going to take me a little bit to scroll down, but I will be with you, SB. How are you? So no name. Hello, no name. What does N think that I think of him? It's interesting because this person tends to be very obtuse. So what they think of, what you think about them is they don't tend to understand other people. That they're thinking about other people when they're not. And they have this kind of weird feeling like you think that they tend to be able to study people and then they get in their own head and then they get very caught up in the way that they think. So they think that you don't know much about them. And that's possibly true. They don't tend to show a lot to everybody else. They also think that you place quite a lot of emphasis on them being attached to them. And they have that fear-based attachment. So it's kind of an interesting thing where this person doesn't want to say, like, open up, show who they are, show that they think that you that they're attached to you. And I would say overall, this person's incredibly detached. They're incredibly hidden. They've gone through a lot of things that they feel betrayed before, and they're going through these things in general. Um, and so therefore they don't step up. They don't show their whole entire thing. So that's the weirdest thing that I would say to you is they don't show, like, if they were iceberg, you've only seen 5% of the iceberg. There's a lot underneath them, but they're not going to show you that because they're going to keep that hidden. They're very interesting, but I don't know whether they particularly aim to connect with other people. Okay, so Poggers says, my name is Gabriella. How does Charles feel about me? This is interesting because this person knows that you're a passionate person, very fiery energy. You tend to enjoy life way too much, I think. Poggers, like, you just have this amazing energy. You connect with your friends. Like, I think the weirdest thing with ones is, like, people have a spectrum, but I always think of ones being so happy to be at a party around people, like, just surrounded by love. And so it's interesting because, like, this means, poggers, this person's not excited like you are. So it's kind of interesting because this person sees you and is attracted to everything you are, but they're also scared about it. And they're not excited about it at all. So it's like, honestly, this person thinks you're amazing because the if you have a king or queen card, it's just like that thing. So Maria, it's, let me double check because it's going to take me a while to scroll down, but yeah. So where are you, Maria? There you go. So it might take me a while, guys. Don't worry. I'll try to get to a thing. It shouldn't be that long. Thank you, Buffalo Sweetwater. You're wonderful. I hope your dreams come true in this lifetime. Well, the first thing I want is, like, the YouTube channel to be monetized so I get some money. I know that that's kind of selfish for me to say, but it's also awesome, right? Getting paid to do something that I really, really enjoy, you know. But, you know, not enough about me, you know. 21st of May was my birthday, says SSK. I want to know how my upcoming year and God and angels guidance for me. Thanks. Okay, SSK, it seems like you're getting through your mental struggle and you're actually getting released. You're getting free of that mental struggle. And also, you're getting free of what other people say about you. So it seems like this year was actually a pivotal role for you, that you're actually stepping up into a age that you don't give a damn, which is great. Honestly, when I turned 30, it was amazing that I was like, hey, I don't give a crap anymore. And it was like, ah, you know? I hope so too. Fingers crossed. We're so close. If anybody wants to subscribe that's not already subscribed, can you please? I love you. Okay. I feel like new love's coming my way very soon. Is my intuition working on this? Lol. No, Buffalo. Unfortunately not. But it's because, how can I explain this to you? You don't think you're worthy enough to be cared and protected. And this is what's driving the tower moments in your life. If anybody doesn't realize this, you have to be cared and protected. And it doesn't matter whether it's male or female, I don't care. I don't give a damn. Everybody needs to be cared and protected. If someone comes in and doesn't want to care and protect you, it doesn't matter if it's physicality, it doesn't matter if it's like, obviously they shouldn't care and protect for you mentally, because that means that they're taking you away from things that will help you grow and help you achieve. But like, honestly, when you're sick, that person should be with you. They should look after you. They should make sure that if you lose that rent, they actually can pay the rent. This is what love is. This is the bare bones. This should be everybody's connection. Should have this at the core. But because Buffalo, you feel like you're not worthy of this, then the tower moment happens, you know? And I think this is where you are needing to either look inside yourself or realize that you have a very low bar of what that person should provide you. And I know I've been there, you know? We all been there. We've shared too much love with someone, and that's where we've gone. Like, some people will go through life and they might never be that situation, but some of us in chat have been there multiple times. So it's hard, guys. We need to address this overall, you know? Sorry that it's taking a while. I love you guys. Thank you for being patient. Okay, it's Butterfly's turn. Butterfly definitely chose the oracle. I'm teasing poor Butterfly about it. Okay, there's some of these that are flipped over. What the hell, Cassandra? Okay, one actually fell. Where did that go? I swear. No. It's a rune. It's not actually a card. I thought it was. You deserve love. You're a lovable butterfly. And wedding, apparently. Let me ask the cards. Okay. This is interesting. There could be a wedding involved here, butterfly, but it means that one of you will be reliant on the other one. And it's not great. It could be that someone doesn't actually step up and be mature in the relationship. So, interestingly enough, I feel like Butterfly, this might be why you deserve love overall. That's what I would say to you, is that if this connection has this, there's another one, temptation. I see. So it could be temptation that you'll be loved for who you are in this wedding situation when it won't be. Sorry, butterfly. There you go. Well, now the romantic angels deck is out, so if anyone wants an oracle card, these are loved ones. So, is there new love coming for me in October? Says Renee. It's interesting because there could be, but I don't know whether you're particularly going to be happy with this. The options that come in for you, Renee. You also have to be a little bit more aware of people, and you've got to be a little bit more aware of their motivations overall. DT says, is Ama happy without me? His current feelings, no contact. Thank you. This person seems to be emotionally fine. They feel emotionally stable. So I don't know, but they're really not working on doing anything. So it could be that they're really not pursuing a relationship. And they're working on other options, but they're really not working on another relationship at all. Aditi, sorry about that. That was disgusting. I apologize. Farhara says, will I get married? Will I get married to my boyfriend? This is interesting because one of you is way more like, how would I explain this? Like a doom bringer. They tend to over dramatize things for her. So they tend to be stuck in their brain, and they don't really know how to deal with that. This could be you for her. And this could be your boyfriend. I feel like that's the case. That they don't really express their emotions. They know how to, but they don't. So this is the situation with you both. So it seems like, will you get married? When will you get married? Is soon, but I don't know whether you will get married to your boyfriend because you guys need to address these issues first. If someone's bring of doom, always really like looking on the pessimistic side, and the other one's not expressing their emotions or how they feel, this could be a problem. So you guys need to deal with that. Yeah, I would say you get very soon, but you guys need to address this, and this might take a while, you know? Oh, 4 elements. Oh, yes, thank you. How does T. Leo currently feel about me? Thank you. Oh, this is interesting, 4 elements. This person might feel stuck with you. They're also feeling like they need to be strong or they are in a period of strength. So it seems like this person might naturally shut down and not tell you about problems. So it seems like this person's got stuck naturally in this relationship. And when 4 elements, this seems like the problem that they deal with all the time. They get themselves stuck. So if you think about people dealing with their problems overall, most of us will start problem solving, problem shooting, like trying to get to the nitty gritty. This person gets to that stage and just like when you get a cat that's stuck somewhere, in the house, and they start yowling and they just don't stop until you find them. Uh, no, he's just stuck. So it's kind of a hard thing. Like, he's probably wanting you to address like his stuckness, but he doesn't want to tell you. So, like, I definitely see the cat yowling. And you have to come over. Okay, what have you done? Like, why do you get past the fridge? Why you get stuck there? Get him out. So it might be just hello Anu and hello SB. Yes, you can. It might take me a while. It might be another 30 minutes for you guys. Okay. But yeah, I think he wanted to dress it on his own, but yeah, you might need to help him. I definitely see that. Sorry. I shouldn't be laughing at your, your other half, but it's funny. Kay says, "How is feeling about Kay?" Okay, so honestly, this is a good connection. Um, I would say that this person's actively pursuing um you, Kay. But the weirdest thing is you're feeling very old or very um not attractive, and this person is like amazing. So it's like it could be like whoever is the feminine in this relationship is the person that they're really attracted to. So the male or masculine in this relationship feels very old around you. You know? So it could be just like you're very opinionated, or the feminine is very opinionated and you're feeling very old about this. But that's it. I feel like very positive. Farhana, no, Nikki, sorry. Hello, will my ex reach out and reconcile? No. Nikki, I don't think that this person will. Because they're struggling and they've walked away, but they're spending all their emotions on everybody else. So this person tends to just spend all the emotions. And you might have had that in your relationship. So, unfortunately, Nikki, I feel like this person's given up on your relationship. Malik, are you here, buddy? Sorry. But it takes a while, but um when will I hear from the music manager? I think very soon, but there's like a choice or decision with this Mellow Soul that you need to choose, because they are not going to make that choice for you. And Mello, you need to actually choose this choice. Whatever it is important. And if you put this off, then the universe chooses for you. Thank you for waiting so long. I hope it wasn't that long. Cornelia says, "What must I do for financial freedom?" Okay, so interesting. Cornelia, you need to listen to friends. It's interesting. Cornelia, there's some friends that you already have that can help you on this path of financial freedom. Ace of Cups, new love's coming in for you, or that you need to be in love with this financial freedom. King of Swords means that someone's coming in for you on this. So this could just be new love that comes in and brings you that ability to be financially free, or this person's here to teach you about your finances. And this is interesting because King of Swords is a leader. So it could be more like a business leader, more than a financial leader. So this could be someone that runs their own business. A Rosemellow. Lara says, can I ask my last question? Yes, you can, Lara. What is the profession of my future spouse? Ooh, I feel like this person deals with. I want to be very specific here, which is very strange. They follow up missing child payments. So when someone gets divorced and they still have to pay child payments, so to make sure that that child's fine, that's what they do. Which is very interesting because I wouldn't want to be that specific usually, but I feel like that is very much what they do. Cookie says, "What are A things? What A thinks about me in his imagination?" Okay, you're amazing, very practical, very down to earth. You tend to work in the material world, which means that you like nice things. You're very much attracted to what money can buy. You are a very good hustler, so you tend to try to earn as much money as possible, which is fine. Like, I would definitely say that that's generally a great trait. You tend to be very much a person that can invest in other people if you want to. The problem is that also you tend to have Cookie, you tend to not make a lot of choices. So it seems like this person's seeing who you could be and who you are now. And at the moment, you're not making a lot of life choices for yourself. You're letting other things dictate that. Okay, Katie, I am having a really lovely day. Thank you. Are you still here, Katie? This is your reading now. I was looking to know what Matt is feeling thinking about me currently. He's a Taurus and I'm a Cancer. Well, firstly, this person has you in their world. Now, I don't know about anybody, but Tauruses are very slow to warm up to other people. And they don't tend to make a lot of like friends that are superficial. So they tend to really have a very close bubble of people that bring in their life. So firstly, this person trusts you. This person's committed to you. This person absolutely wants to be around you 24/7. Now, this could be that they don't always be around you 24/7, but when they have the people that they're surrounded by, they're very protective of them. Overall, I would say Taurus's energy tends to be very much like, this is the person, do not touch them. you know? Not in a possessive way, but they would protect you. This means that this person sees you as being completely the same and similar to you. Overall, this person has this compatibility that this person sees you as being a reflection of themselves. So it's just like interesting. It's like amazing that this person has this connection with you, that they just see you as so similar. Now, this is interesting. You said that you've been um together for so long and that they love you, but it seems like you do have quite this sibling relationship too. So this person might have to resolve that you've been together for so long without having that. And this might take a while because this person has to come to the conclusion that even though you're similar, you're still attractive. You know, we have a sibling connection, which was interesting. I'll tell you a story and then I'll move on to the next one, I promise. Um Back in the days that they used to do a lot of arranged marriages in India, they were talking about that, okay, like we have arguments and fights, like because you're moving into your mother-in-law's place, right? So you move in, and so therefore you have arguments with your mother-in-law. So they're like, oh yeah, this is simple. What we'll do is we'll get the betrothed to move in early, and so therefore they grew up together, you know. And they found out the relationships didn't work because you had a sibling connection. You didn't have like a loving connection. You it was like dating your sibling. So honestly, sometimes it can be very hard to cross that hurdle, and so therefore do give this person time. Okay, so who's next? Okay, so it is Kat, and then after Maria. Thank you guys for waiting. Okay, so my name is Caitlin. May I have a Hi, Caitlin. I have a reading on how Patrick feels about me after the last message sent. Okay, so firstly, I want to say to you, Patrick feels very positive about this connection. uh, this is interesting because you've actually told him to relax and see a bigger picture, which is interesting because he's now in a space that he sees the whole thing. He's not really closed up to one thing about it. It's also that this person wants to play with you, interact with you, communicate with you, which seems a very positive connection overall. So it seems like this person's very happy about what you told them. Even if it was bad news, they see completely how, um, interestingly enough, how right you are. Katie, we're so like, but we do have good romantic chemistry too. Thank you for the reading. You're very welcome, Katie. Okay, so Maria, thank you for waiting so long. Does A like me? I want to know our connection. Interestingly enough, okay, so I don't know whether this person really truly likes you, but they are getting out of a space where they've been in the headspace for quite a while. So you guys are not compatible. That doesn't mean, does this make sense? We have an attraction to opposites. We have an attraction to the people that are different, you know? Like, even those similarities bring us together, and you have to have a certain amount of similarity to exist in a connection. That's not the point, you know? Like sometimes we have a bit where we we want someone that's very similar to us, but then when we get that, we're like, can't you be a little bit more interesting, please? So this person definitely sees you as being very different. So that could be very attractive to this King of Wands. Because King of Wands likes. Why is he so whipped? What? I. He's not, you know? King of Wands could be interested in people that are interesting, you know? And they tend to have that overall, you know? So they tend to like people that are different, and they tend to embrace differences as well. Grace says, "Can you tell me, does the shed builder roof workman fancy me?" um, come and contact me. Okay, Grace, unfortunately, no. I think you've got to realize that you might be very attached to this. Maybe a little bit scared of like if he doesn't like you, but I don't think he will. Unfortunately, Grace. Sorry. um, Mercy says general for the rest of the week. Thank you. Okay, so it seems like sorry. Oh, I sound like a smoker here. I'm not a smoker. Thank you for the wait. So interesting. Okay, so general for the rest of the week says Mercy. Okay, so firstly, this is the good card. The rest of them are not bad cards, but this one's the main thing. Is that you're either I think that you'll be invited out for a surprise dinner or something like that. It's going to be like interesting dinner or something good. Good coming, and I would think it's food related. Unfortunately, that's something that I have as a Taurus is um an affinity for food. And yeah. So definitely good things coming in. Maybe small things coming in for you, but I feel like they're food related overall. um there's a call for you to maybe tidy up your house. I don't think people are coming over, but it seems like there's a lot of clutter. And you might need to tidy a little bit more. This means that you might feel like there's a lot of options coming in for you, but do realize that some of the options that you might choose are non-options, so they're not there as part of your life. So be a little bit discerning of which ones might glitter too well for them to be actual gold, you know? So there you go. Hello, Sakashi. Libra, I did. I don't know how long ago that was. I'm very sure I did yours. Give me a second. Maybe not. Sorry, Libra. I thought I saw you, but I don't know if I have. Sorry. You might need to put it down again. No worries, Maria. When when was your reading? Because I probably have done it. I can't remember. I'm sorry. Um uh Butterfly says, does AK tell friends, family about me? How did they perceive it? AK has told them. Um, so he's slowly building the relationship with you, but they perceive it as being a full on relationship. Does that make sense, Butterfly? So they think that you're already like really together, you know? But he's taking it slowly with you. Well, my husband KB and I reconcile, says SB. This person does have ideas of reconciling, but they're really caught up in their own thing. So unless you really like get them out of their brain, like brain space where they're dwelling, because they really don't see anything wrong with their connection now. You know, they really haven't thought about it overall. You're very welcome, butterfly. So yeah, it seems like they haven't really thought about you, SB, and they're probably not going to think about how it's affecting you. How will my court case go? June 10th. Well, firstly, it's going to be very draining. Um, and also you probably will have to tell them more than you want to tell them, Acacia. Um, but it seems like it's gonna go well overall. It's just gonna be a little bit more draining than you would like. And it will have to lead on to another case, like another court date. But I think that overall it's going to be finalized next court date, and it will go well for you. It will go better than you expected to, I think, Acacia, if that makes sense to you. Oh yeah, no, I did do yours. Yeah, I did, because I remember. Can I remember what I said? I did say that it would go well. Um, it will be more. I'm pretty sure I've done it. Because I remember you asking me about Raymond, and I said it would go well. Which is the short answer there, Libra. You're very welcome, SB. Okay, so Tazia says, will Kay reach out to me? I think so. I think they're getting out of wherever they've been. So they're getting unstuck. And they're actually getting out of their headspace. So I feel like Tazia, they're coming to talk to you. So I feel like they will. I wanted to re-edit my the question a bit because I'm case it's the last message I sent in specific. I see. I Dash says, I hope you're doing good. Thumbs up, much thumbs up. I'm sorry for missing yesterday. I feel very guilty about it. I'm sorry about that. I want to know what Libra's feelings towards the last video call. Why did he say he missed me? He did. Very much so. He also felt like you were very selfish. Not appreciating that he missed you. um he was very honest about that. I feel like this person's very attached to you, even if you don't think that they are. Um, Super High says, "Will I get a job in the next 5 months?" Okay, interesting enough. Super High, you're actually supposed to ask someone for a job. It seems like you're supposed to reach out and contact someone that you know that runs their own business or something like that. Or a couple. I think there's a couple that you know. There's also that you're starting to actually get out of a period of self reflection super high. So it might have been that you got really caught up with What would I say? The job search blues, which are not great. I've been there, done that. I unfortunately lost my job in the 2008 financial crisis, and I lost my full-time job with COVID. So I do this, but unfortunately it's not completely keeps my lights on, you know? So it's kind of a hard thing, but I'm lucky that I don't have to worry about the lights getting turned off, but yeah. Yeah, it sucks, guys. I do realize that. I'm sorry, guys, that you can um so for elements, I did address that. Martinez says, my name is Lorena Martinez. Oh, okay, so you're Lorena. Welcome. I am a Leo. What do I know if in the medium present in general, whatever I need to know? Firstly, you're loved, cared for, and protected. You have to know that a lot of people care for you, even if you don't trust them to be caring for you. They definitely are very attached to you. You are amazing, fierce, passionate. Definitely a Leo. Definitely around other people. So you are in a really great spot in your life. And you have to realize that you don't have to feel insecure because you shouldn't. You shouldn't, you know. And I hope, Lorena, you start realizing how loved you are. Hello, Amanda. I was skipped. I'm sorry, Fatine. That was a really nice message. Thank you. Take care. Thank you, iDash. Okay, so apparently Fatine says I was skipped, aroused, tensions, feelings towards me. Is he the one for me? I think that this person's heart is healing, Fatine, but he's also stepping out of his mental struggles. So I think that this is because of you. If you weren't there, this person would be struggling a lot. So it seems like this person might not be the one for you. Based on, I don't get any kind of full things, but I think at the moment this person's really happy and really wants to be a better person for you. So even though I'm not seeing any like full on commitment cards or soulmate cards or anything like this person's putting on quite a lot of work because they want to impress you. Anu says, is my partner cheating on me? Is there another girl in life? Ooh, interesting. I wouldn't say completely cheating on you. Does look at other people, Anu. But I think that he's weighing up whether he wants this thing. But yeah, there's no other girl. But how can I explain this? This could be in his brain. It could be that he does turn to porn or magazines. So even though the outside is faithful, um you've got to realize the brain is kind of a weird organ. And when we look at the brain and the subconscious only knows what the brain tells it. It can't make any inference of what life is outside because it doesn't know. And so sometimes it's hard because even though this person um considers like cheating, I don't know whether that is cheating as in watching porn versus cheating outside, you know? So there's no other girls in his life. But I wouldn't say that there isn't something that is kind of like that. If that helps you, Anu. SP says, will my son transform and work hard in education and succeed going forward? Well, firstly, your son tends to place value on what other people say. So it's getting, yeah. So he is transforming, but I think it's what other people say to him. So this could be even you, SP. So your son holds himself back based on what other people's opinions are. And even if they're not real, he does take in quite a lot. And it's hard viewing that as a parent. I can understand that. I'm not a parent yet, but I can understand that. And he will succeed. It's hard because he will succeed and he might just not get completely a thing where he might not succeed as much as you expect him to. It might be that he succeeds and he's happy. So it can be just that thing where he gets what he wants, which will be success. I would definitely say that he will be successful. Kara? Hello, Kara, are you still here? Will my friend Dale and myself ever speak again and fix our friendship? So it's interesting because you probably will actually talk again, but there's a chaotic connection here. Um, Someone's not really putting effort in, like they're expending energy on everything and not really putting it towards something. So even if you guys stay in like friends, you might not have as much contact or as much in common in the future. You're very welcome, SB. Dee Dee says, how are you? Hope you're well. I'm wondering if I may ask what's possibly expect between me and my past person G moving forward, if anything. Thank you. I think the whole idea is that no, I don't think that you'll get anything moving forward. Actually, it's really interesting. The cards are showing me a lot about like the way that you view things. So, weirdly enough, there's this attention seeking behavior. Now, this could be anything, you know, anything that could be slightly destructive is what I read. And this is in at the moment what you are in, you know. You're very welcome, Kara. So this is where you are in life. Um and this has come up for me. Like I'm not like not party to this. But this was when I asked about whether I was asking right about manifestation, and this came up and I was like, you know, so it's not like I don't pull bad cards for myself, guys, and I have to address my issues as well. So this is interesting because you are wanting this intention from this person, but they might not share it. You're very welcome, Anu. And this seems like you should not focus on love. You should focus on money. And then you actually have more options coming in that you haven't seen before. So it might be time to just let this go. Unfortunately, sometimes we want attention from other people. We want them to love us or like us and we really want to be around that person. But sometimes it's not to be. So how is Elle feeling about me? Did I do yours? Okay, I don't think so. Pinky, I'll answer this again. So this person's heart is healing. So honestly, this person's trying very, very hard to heal themselves. So they can be a good partner. They can work on their own issues. But at the moment, Pinky, you're being far too emotional for them. And it could just be that they're not in a space that they want to feel emotion, you know? And like I always think of cups in the reverse as like crying, because they're water based, you know, and so it's hard because like you might be just too emotional, like crying or something like this. This person can't deal with it because they're in a hurt space. They don't really want to feel. They're still trying to heal. So you might need to relax and go easy on them because they're having a hard time. They don't really want to feel it. Okay, so Renee says, why would I be unhappy with some of my possible romantic options? Last question, lol, but that was interesting. Okay, interesting. I think that you put a lot of hard work and effort in your relationships when you should actually give up and walk away. So you tend to invest like emotionally invest in this person and probably too early. And so therefore the whole idea of the cards are sitting there going, "Hey, you try too hard." And I don't want to say that, Renee. No crying, no drama. There's an emotional tie there, Pinky. So how would I explain it? Cups feel emotion so strongly that you might not feel like I would argue. I would feel like it's interesting that you say drama because if you relate crying to drama, that might be a little bit scary. I'd be questioning why like drama, but yeah, you're very emotionally tied to things. So it could just be that you're this person doesn't want to feel. So it could be that through you showing emotions and you feel very strongly. Cups are great at showing people love, care, attention, stuff like that. I thought by unhappy you mean uninterested. I think this is the case is that you, Renee, need to understand and address this issue. And I think this is the hardest part is that you like cups are amazing. Like my partner's cups. And they are so loving, so kind. The one thing that I would say with cups is they're very people focused. Like my mom says that she's swords, and I disagree. She's definitely cups. Mostly because she really cares about people. Like if she gets in an argument, she gets upset. You know? I don't. I realize that conflict is something that we all are born it with, and I definitely saw it. So it's kind of interesting. Cards are so loving. So that's the case. I think that you've got to realize to walk away before you even get into like a relationship, that you work hard and you invest early, you know. Okay, so Anu says, okay, so Anu, I already did that one. I mean, the last message I said, in case you didn't see, we're broken up, and I told him feelings to move on and saying, it's interesting because this person, I think that they feel relieved that they are not part of that relationship with you, but they still want to be in your life, interact with you. So I don't know whether cat they moved on. Okay, so me says, how are my children all boys? Okay, interesting. Very destructive. I feel like they're very destructive and they get in fights and arguments quite quickly. Um, I think they're just boys. Me, unfortunately. I Are they all teenagers right now? um, it's interesting because I would say that I'm getting the teenager vibe, that they're so really upset, you know? Um, just like really like things. But we are just friends. Oh my god, but I get it, I think. The whole idea is that it might not be like romantic, you know? Like the hearts heal because of people come in and show us that they care for us. And hearts healing over time takes a while because we've got to deal with other things, you know? So it could be a friendship, you know, but he wants to make sure that he looks after you and protects you. And he doesn't want to tell you anything bad, I guess. That's what I would say. So Butterfly says, will that dependent energy ever change in the future, Cass? No, you've got a heartbreak card. This person tends to really need people in their own world. So I don't think that they would do that because the heartbreak is here. And that's usually a no. Uh, so Fatin says Omar's current energy towards you. Well, he's very focused on you. Weirdly enough, you asked about Omar, and there's two guys. So there's two people coming in for you. And this is a bound to Omar. This could be his friend or something like that. You're very welcome, Pinky. So the Chariot and the Knight of Pentacles. So this could be Omar here, and I could understand why, because it feels like moving. It feels like a physical move, but then he's also really thinking about you or obsessed about you. But this is also King of Cups and he's working hard. So it seems like there's two people. When you ask me about Omar, it's just like there's two people here. So it might be that you're actually thinking about Omar, but there's also someone else coming in for you. because of this? I don't know. It's very unusual. You asked for one person and you got two. Katish says, deep feelings of Karen for you. Okay, this is interesting. This person's actually stuck, physically stuck and struggling. And they should give up and walk away. So it seems like at the moment, this person doesn't know what they want. That's what I would say to you is, Katish, this person doesn't know what they want. And you might need to let them go for them to actually figure out what they want. So that's the hardest part. Yeah, they don't feel like they're really thinking about how they want anything in life. Okay, so Butterfly says no. So it's Libra. Libra. I will pull those cards again. So it's interesting because, like, your date with Raymond. Oh, weirdly enough, I'm coughing. The weird, like, today I was choking on myself, which was weird. And I mean, like, there was nothing there. I ate a chip and I probably breathed it in. This is how clumsy I am, guys. I breathe in chips. I don't know how I go with tarot readings. It must be better, right? So it seems like there's like a struggle and you have to give up and walk away. And manifestation. So it might not be completely the date that you want. But that's okay. You know, like it didn't go well this time, this one, but that's okay. You know, like my first date with my ex-husband was a disaster. So yeah, the whole story behind that, but I'll tell you the first date was he took me bowling. And if you don't know, I didn't score one single goal. He won. And then he comes over to gives me a hug. And this massive guy, I'm just short ass guys. Massive guy. Huge. Comes over and gives me a hug. And I just freeze up. I literally froze. I didn't know what to do. And then we go for sushi, and that was it. That was like the date. And I was like, "Hey, why don't we do like we we call it in Girl Guides? Yes, I'm a nerd. Um, a penny hike. So we went, and so you toss a penny and you say tails right, uh, whatever left. You know, um, you can assign whatever order you want. And we had a great time just wandering around the place. Hello, Jimmy. How are you? Okay. SB says, one more question, if that's okay. Will I have a new soulmate connection this year? It's interesting because there's an offer coming in that you haven't accepted or you won't accept. But Queen of Wands, it seems like you're directing your energy towards someone. So it could be that you're putting yourself in a situation, SB, that you're directing your energy to something that's empty. You know, it could be an empty connection that you're still putting your energy to, and you don't let this offer of a new heart come in like an offer of like someone's love. You just attach yourself to someone that is empty. So I would honestly say to you that you might miss this heart connection. But that's okay. That's fine. There might be another one around the corner. I would say so. you know. 13 says, will Ibrahim gonna choose me for that internship? How will that interview go with his secretary? It will go very well with this interview, but you also have to look inside yourself for some things that they say to you or whether you can deal with the commitment. But yeah, your interview will go very well. Kelly, are you still here? Kelly! Hey, Cassandra, is my ex Evan going to reach out in June, maybe? You have to continue, like, controlling the situation, Kelly. So it might not be that this person will reach out to you. You can reach out to them, and they find you very cute and very adorable. Maybe a little bit young, maybe a little bit immature. Youngness can be just a state of being more than age. But yeah, you'll have to control this relationship overall. Um, and Lucas says, will I get approved for the apartment I want at Avenir in Milan this week? No, you won't, Anne, unfortunately. Um, there seems to be a issue, a argument issue in the past that means that you will have to work harder at relodging application or something like that. There's got to be something that you finish up, whether it's your credit score or something. There's something in the past that's holding you back from now. Okay, Sam says, do you see a marriage in the near future? I'm a Libra. If so, will it be with Taurus? Okay, so it seems like you're right on guessing that you have a near future marriage. Will it be with Taurus? I feel like the cards say no. Let me ask. Say yes? Say no. Say maybe. Okay. We'll prime the pendulum, guys. So is this with Taurus? It's definitely giving me maybe vibes. So it seems like it's not completely there yet. So it seems like you could have a relationship with Taurus. You just don't have all the cards yet for this. So it could be that you guys just don't have the connection yet for this to go through. You could have a marriage and not have the Taurus. Okay, so who's next? Sorry guys, I'm pulling cards before I even know the question. Okay. KSM! Hello, KSM! Do you see my Taurus friend doesn't need to worry about losing job or not leaving job for due to retaliation for doing his job as a lead position obligated I don't think so. I think there might be a certain amount of suspension or like taking holiday where he can have distraction, but overall, the company really loves him. You know, the company really wants to hold on to him. So I don't think that it will be a thing. He might need to go on holiday, but yeah, he won't lose his job. KSM. Says, will I end up with my ex or my a crush? You could end up with both. I think that you could end up with both. I think that you will be ending up with someone that's you will be excited about. So it might just be like your crush comes in and swoops you away from the ex, but we'll see. But I'd say both. Well, a bank member says butterfly empress. Will the bank member choice credit union approve me for my first car loan this month? You will have to work hard for this, but it seems like it's highly probable that you will get your first car loan this month. So I think that you've worked very hard for this and you will get it. It's funny that people ask a question and then everybody asks the same question. Will I get approved for this car this month from the bank? Fingers crossed. I've been denied, losing hope. It seems like you will, but some people will judge you for this, Kelly. And I don't think it's your bank. I think it's other people. So I have no idea why they're judging you, but it seems like you might get a little bit of flack from other people. Fatin says, Omar's next section's towards me, thanks. The tower moment. So this means that your relationship's fallen down and there seems to be a lack of abundance coming in. So there's not as much between you and Omar, really, unfortunately. Tower moments because the connections tend to be quite weak, then they fall down. Denise deleted it. I'm sorry, Denise. I'm not judging people for asking the same question. It's okay. Sorry, I'm laughing at it, but I'm sorry that that's the case. I'm I'm very sorry. I feel very bad now. Um, Asanad Adesh says, when should I go to Sherez's place for getting new opportunity? Um, it's interesting because this seems like a distraction to you, Sanad. Um, it seems like you got some options already without you needing to go to this place, if that makes sense to you. I don't think that it's very hard. But this is a feminine card, so if you're masculine, this means that you should actually talk to this person. Queen of Pentacles tends to run, like, tends to be around money. Denise says, will David come back to me? No, David won't come back to you. He's not actively looking for this connection, Denise. And the death card means that you're actually asked to let go of this cycle because they have moved on. You're keep continuing this cycle without them. Avinash says, when my financial condition improves. Okay, Avinash, it's not going to unless you become very different to what society expects you to be. So the Hierophant in reverse, it's someone that goes their own way. Now, they're not a hermit. They tend to be a disruptor. I would definitely say they're disruptor, but they tend to understand society's cultures and rules, and they tend to then rebel against them. They tend to go their own way, and they tend to get out of that space where they are around things that are immaterial, you know? So this might be a time for you to realize that you need to get out of society's obligations. Well, not not your responsibility, so responsible financial obligations, but all other obligations that your society believes is good for you. You know, like the American dream. As most of us are not going to live in a place that would ever be possible. How is my future wife? Very exciting, but you gotta realize that she lives in a society, Anil, where she'll want you to be the strong. She'll want you to not protect you. She'll want you to um step up and be the man. So I feel like this seems like a very Russian thought. So it could be a Russian woman that you tend to date, or something that, like, it could possibly be a Japanese lady as well. Someone that culturally they expect the man to step up, but they'll be very exciting to you, and they'll probably be very attractive. I have no credit. It's clean. Oh, so you have no credit at all. That can sometimes be bad when you're borrowing money. Hello, Lucky Empress. How are you? Okay, so R says, what does my new crush feel about me? Okay. There's more about her than you. So that's kind of interesting. R. Unless you're feminine, then this card is you. Which means that they probably have seen you being very annoying in the past. So that's interesting. But like this is feminine, so this Queen of Pentacles tends to be doing their own thing, achieving what they are. Um Outright, this could be that this person's willing to invest in the relationship, but I don't know whether they're completely gone past the issue in the past. Tom says, what's next in love? Probably not that much. You're spending your emotions wherever, Tom, you can. Like, how can I explain it? Like, I'm thinking about what the percentage of guys swipe right. Like, oh, sorry, Himashi. I will go back. I'm sorry about that. Um, but yeah, it seems like you're expending lots of, like, emotions or energy and it's not coming back to you. So you're probably swiping on too many women. That's what I would say, Tom. So you might need to be more choosy and save your emotions to the person that you really want. Okay, Himashi. Can you tell me what your question was, Himashi? I'll do that straight away, but I don't see you. Might have been a while since I did your reading, so. It's also hard when there's a lot of the same color. I'm not very good at picking out everything. Sorry. Okay. Does my boyfriend end talking to someone else his feelings for me? I think I did that one. Okay, so is he talking to anybody else? No. Um, his feelings for you is this um friendliness. He wants to cooperate and look after, well, not look after you, but be your equal partner. Overall, this person really cares about you. Queen of Pentacles upright, you're very much a person, that a woman that knows what you want, you know? So there's a lot of things here, Himashi, that this person who's willing to earn their own money, they're earning, they tend to go through life like accruing money. They're very good at collecting money. Pentacles are all about thinking about the finer things in life, and they understand the value of time. Overall, they tend to be enjoying life through creating enough money for them not to think about the problems. They pay other people to think about the problems. And overall, your boyfriend does, or your partner sees that and admires that out of you. Is you're incredibly resourceful. 13 says, will Abraham going to choose me for the internship? I'm not sure I'll pass my interview. So so there's got to be a thing in your past that you've got to let go of, 13, because this cycle keeps on continuing and you've got to release it. And I'm not sure how I'll pass my interview. It seems like you won't pass your interview. Even though I feel like you do very well at your interview, it seems like you're not going to pass. And I think this death card is why. So it's hard because you need to let this go for you to move on. Hello, Maribel. Welcome in. Sandra says, hi, baby girl. One question, please. Will I get my money that I have to work for this week? Okay, so it seems like you shouldn't be anxious. You are anxious, but there's good surprises around the corner. So I would say yes, Sandra, but you shouldn't be like following the money. You should be focusing on love. So it seems like you won't get everything that you have worked for, but you will get paid. And it'll probably be a couple of weeks until you get the full amount. Okay, don't worry, don't spam. I will get to your reading. I just scroll down. Is B interested in me romantically? Denise, it seems so because they're uh kind of concentrating on you, but you're not everything that they wanted. So it's interesting because I would say yes, romantically. I don't know whether it's commitment though, if that makes sense to you. So Akashe says hi, what's for me? Okay, Moon, Queen of Swords. So Queen of Swords is coming in for you, Akashe, and the Moon. So it actually seems like you're listening to a lot of other people's voices, and that can be good. Like sometimes you should listen to other people, but sometimes you should let them go and not focus on what other people are saying to you. But you are very focused on other people. I think that tends to be the case. But a Queen of Swords is coming in or is actually in your life right now. Queen of Swords is a quite intelligent woman. Actually, she's quite not quite. She is intelligent. But she does tend to value strength overall. And so therefore it might be like a little bit of a hard thing for you to be strong and not care what other people think, because that seems like overall the one thing that the cards are telling you that this person might want from you. Lucky Empress says, I know my ex will be back. What will be his intentions? He hasn't moved on yet. So he's not chasing a commitment with you, which is hard, Lucky Empress, but he hasn't dealt with this cycle. So it's kind of like he's not willing to chase, but he's not willing to let go either, which is not great. And like this person's putting themselves in limbo for nothing, you know? Okay, so Fatin says Imad's are feelings intentions towards me. Not sure if he's married. Well, this is a yin yang partnership, so I would say this is a romantic one. But there's also this bit of that this person's not happy with their environment. So it could be that they are actually married, which is interesting. 13. Because this person, this card would be like change your environment, change your life. So it could be that that person's quite stuck with someone. And Lucas says, do you know why I've been denied? I have a clean credit score now. Okay. It might be that you might have an inconsistent income, and or there might be payments that are not being tracked. It's kind of interesting, Anne, because I don't think that this is bad. It just seems like there's a lot of things happening with your account that they would have to check, if that makes sense to you, Anne. Denise says, will I get in the dual degree or the regular degree? The regular degree, the dual is not, you don't see as much options for the dual degree as not is as in it's not as great for you as the regular one. Um, the 13, the thing is, there's a death card in reverse. So the whole idea is at the moment you will not get that internship based on something that you haven't let go of. As soon as you let go of something in the past, you'll move on. So it could be like a work experience that you've had that you need to let go of for you to actually get through that, if that makes sense to you. You're very welcome, Denise. Okay, so R is the tall guy I liked at my training attracted to me. Yes, upright. Oh, interesting. Okay, so there was something that annoyed him about the first time you met him, but it seems like it's a positive connection because he's willing to invest in you, but you also have to realize that you're wands and he's pentacles. So if that doesn't make sense to you, wands are adventurous. They like doing things, they want to go somewhere. Pentacles tend to want to save money, accrue money, so they might find you a little bit foolish, and that might be the overall vibe here in the past. Um, but this person's willing. They're definitely willing to invest in you. Yeah, also ones in reverse means that you have a lot of energy. Ones are huge. They have huge batteries. And when you're focused on one person, you will burn them out because they tend to be in that space. Hi, first time here. Welcome, Maribel. I hope that you are well. Okay. So, people's judgment of you is fair. So, whatever people say to you, most of that is surrounded with truth. There seems to be not a prosperity and abundance at home. And this could be that it's a very untidy place to be, and you can do some spring cleaning. But it's also something to do with your emotional response. So you're projecting or you're dealing with your emotions in a weird way. Um, it might be that I'm feeling like they're inconsistent, that you try to hold them back and you bleed through. So you're emotionally bleeding and you're holding yourself back from dealing with some things. And it might just be your home environment. Um, so it could be that it's time to deal with some of this home stuff that I'm feeling for you. And so therefore then it gets resolved and then you can deal with the rest of your life. I think that's the main thing I would tell you is that it could be just connected with your home. Well, your home life. I don't think it's your home. Okay, so Jane says what's coming towards me in love. Yes, of course, Jessica. So, what's coming towards me in love? Says Jane. It's interesting because you've got a death card So that means that something is resolved. So whatever is being repeating in your love life is resolved. It means that you actually have this space to realize that you've got out of something. Emperor means that slow growth ahead is not going to be completely fast, but that's okay. That's good. And Nine of Wands, you actually have someone that's interested in you and possibly chasing you as we speak. So this is actually really good because it gives you space to move towards a connection slowly. And don't worry about like taking your time, okay? That's what I would say, Jane. Thank you, Jessica. How is everyone tonight? Okay, so Fatin has done it. Thank you. You helped. You're very welcome. Denise says, "Will I get a part-time job I had an interview for?" So Jessica, what was your question? So Denise, you need to let go of control over this. So it might be that you're actually like the interesting thing is I'm feeling like you'll get it if you don't care about it. Also, Knight of Swords in reverse. You're actually spending quite a lot of energy racing around and not really putting it towards something. So, Denise, there seems like you need to be more focused and you need to let go. It's weird to say, like, things have a kind of attraction to us. Like, you don't need to care, but you need to care, but you don't need to care. And then people that don't care get lots of stuff. I don't know why. It's just like weird. They attract these things. Okay, I did not see that. Sorry. Oh, top chat. Okay, thank you. I was hoping you could tell me if the energy I was wanting to look into an NDA show, um, NDA 4 is still showing up in my energy, and anything else you feel. So Page of Pentacles upright means that you have to be more in tune of your finances. So it's time to actually be more aware of financial knowledge overall. Interestingly enough, everything at the moment feels frozen. So it's like, how can I explain it? I do runes, and one of them is ice. So this situation that you're asking is stagnant or still. So ice does mean that you're struggling, but you should just let it be because it's not doing much, you know? So it's just like a weird thing where it's frozen right now. So it's not really dealing with this situation right now. It's just going to be that way for a while, probably a couple months. Also, there's not a cooperation or communication with other parties. So it seems like you're on your own, which is not great. I'd be a little bit scared, honestly. But I think overall, you don't have to worry about it right now. It's not going to hurt you right now. So it's going to be summer or spring when it thaws, which is weird to say that it is based on the season, but it is. And so weirdly enough, we're getting into summer here in the UK, but it feels like around December. Let's say around December because I am Australian. I live in the UK, but the card would tell me what time it was. So around December, it will thaw. Overall, you have to trust yourself. You can't trust many people, and you have to be more financially literate for yourself. If that helps you, Jessica. Does Abdullah like a ruler? Unfortunately, no, I don't think so. I feel like this person's kind of going on their own thing. They might be a little bit timid or shy about this person. So, Gem Girl, can you ask me my question? Because you're here and hello. A man who says, "What is Wahid feeling about me?" Obviously, they're kind of getting out of self compen. Uh, la, 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 la. Cassandra cannot speak. Give me a second. They're getting out of their headspace, so they've gone through a kind of self-absorbed phase where they've dealt with a lot of things, and so they're starting to resolve these, and they're beginning to chase. So honestly, this person's actually finding you quite attractive. Whether you like that or not, yes, Mahu, this is yours. So they are chasing, wanting to chase you. So that means that they're interested. We don't chase people that we're not interested in. Gem Girl says, "Will I get to talk to Dean tonight?" No, I feel like this person's either got homework or something that has come up that they have forgotten about that they were supposed to do tonight that they won't be doing, you know? So they might be a little bit busy tonight. It might be even cleaning their room, but they've kind of put it off and they need to do it tonight, which is a little bit of bugbear, but overall, they've done pretty well. But yeah, then they're not going to be talking to you tonight, unfortunately, Gem. If we don't have any more questions, I'll finish up for tonight. Of course, he's the Aries. Yeah. My little sister's are Aries. That's why I'm laughing. Yeah, it's definitely Aries vibe. I'm sorry, Gem Girl. How is everyone tonight? I hope you guys are doing well. Jane says, "Will I meet anyone on my outing during the weekend?" There's a temptation there to, oh, addiction. Yeah, there's addiction to think that there would be someone. How can I explain that? So my devil in reverse means that it's like addiction. For me, I read this. So the cards are telling me there's a addiction here to not get you distracted, Jane. Which is weird because you asked me if you'll meet anybody. But I swear, like, you walk from one point to one point without really being aware of your surroundings. I think that you tend to be not a very distractible person, which is great, Jane. But that's a thing. um, so I don't think that you will, mostly because you're not noticing. If that helps you, Jane. Cass said, Morgan, sorry, Morgan. Oh, thank you. You are lovely. I love you. Thank you. I keep getting spiritual messages. I'm not going to be receiving something. Can I ask the cards what it may be? Thank you. I think this is communication overall. The cards are telling you to be extremely specific, especially when it comes to relationships. So it kind of feels like you've got to trust your intuition very minutely. Like it's about how people interact with you, why they don't want to interact with you. But that's the case. I think that you're a very lovely person, and you tend to believe that everyone's such a nice person, and sometimes they're not. Why did my crush used to stay a lot but didn't approach me before he left? Ah, there was definitely attraction there, but then the planning stage got to him. So, I feel like this person just didn't plan to um approach you. So it could be just like very attracted, but just couldn't plan anything. um, yeah, I feel like Morgan, you're very correct that you've got to look at why they wouldn't interact with you. So it could be just that a lot of times you might give them the benefit of the doubt and they keep doing the same things. You might need to worry about if they're not particularly that nice. Tazia says, why does my person push me away? It's interesting because this person's kind of ice on the inside. That's how I would explain it. They are completely frozen on the inside. How I would describe it is, do you know the Ice Queen? Like, so there's a boy that goes and looks, goes into this castle and touches the mirror, and the mirror breaks. And his friend comes to save him. And the Ice Queen's like, oh no, he's now mine because the ice is going to affect his heart, and the heart is going to freeze over. So therefore he's mine. And I think this person's just frozen. Frozen everybody out. I don't know. I think that the whole idea is you have to seek understanding in the small things. I think not you're looking at the big things, but you have to look at the small things, and the small things will tell you why he's so frozen. You might have to realize that he doesn't do this to hurt you. Um, or they don't do that to hurt you, but I can also see that it's really affecting you quite a lot. And I'd honestly say that it might be hard for you to approach this because this person doesn't know how you're feeling because this person's feeling a lot. You're very welcome, Morgan. Heat Journey says, may I ask what JV's thoughts on the message I sent? Interesting. So the whole idea is Nine of Swords in reverse is chaotic energy. So it's like you've got a lot of energy, but you're not actually directing it towards something heat churning. So your energy is getting expended, but it's not going anywhere. It's just like getting filled a void. So this is very much a chaotic energy. Like you don't know what you want. You're expending a lot of energy, but you're not putting it anywhere, so you're not getting any results. And also this one, which is the fear-based, like I would say fear-based attachment card. So you're actually holding on to this person when you have to let go of this person. So this is an interesting thing because this is what JV sees. So it might be that he doesn't understand why you're still um interacting, if that makes sense, because it seems like it's um all over the place. And like with a certain amount of fear, like you're holding on to this person quite a lot, and so this is actually hurting you more than them, if that makes sense to you. So Cloud, at least you're not Cloud Strife. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I want to play 7. I never did. My ex played all the way through, but I had a job. He didn't. It's like if anybody doesn't know Final Fantasy, great game. How is my person feeling about me? This is interesting because this person's weak towards you, Cloud. But this is also interesting because if you're masculine, this changes the message. So this is a person card. This is more a person card than a ideas card. So King of Swords in reverse. So if you're masculine, this is you, and this is reaction to them in anger. So this could be that they feel weak, and then you're responding with irritation, or it could be that you don't realize that you like. I'm a very passionate person, and when I'm passionate, it does display in some way like anger. Like my voice comes faster, I raise my tone, I use outdoor speaking voice, I get really excited, and then like my other half thinks I'm angry. So sometimes you've got to realize that maybe um but if you're the feminine in this means that this is how this changes. So the whole idea is this person might feel very weak, and so they're like they react out of anger to weakness. So they react out of that, and they respond in anger when they feel weak, which makes sense for swords. Swords tend to not like weakness. In general, they don't like weakness in themselves. They can be incredibly hard on people that they love, mostly because they want them to grow. They want them to succeed in life. So Gem Girl, you're very welcome to ask. I might finish up in about 5 minutes, so if anybody else wants to put in a question, and then I will close chat. So I want to know about Dean's feelings to our relationship. Okay, so this is interesting because yes, of course, Mystic. Okay, so Dean, interesting. So in this person might find you very immature. Maybe it's because you hold all your happiness everything to yourself. So it might be that you're not sharing or showing the happiness on the outside, you actually hold it in the inside. Now, this might be because Dean's not a very happy go optimistic person, and you tend to be. And then because you're holding that optimism to yourself, this person can't bask into that. So it can be very hard for people if they're naturally insecure about themselves, and they tend to think that it's quite selfish for people not to share the happiness. Do you need to be part of that though? Give me 1 second. BB, can you put your question? I think that you need to be part of this. Overall, I think that you are a great um thing for this person, and they do see you as being all the things that they want, and you fill them up and satisfy them. But they also wonder if you would be more happy with someone else because you don't share your happiness. I'm sorry that that was quite a lot, but it did feel like there's a lot there that's there. Okay, so Mystic, what's your question? Okay, so study says, can I ask what is coming towards me next month? My God, my brain. um, so it's interesting. Um, the Hierophant, the actually I said Hierophant. No. Okay. So study this is interesting because you're actually supposed to focus on the present, not the future, and then bring chaos under control. So there's a lot of things that needed to be moderated, and now because you haven't moderated it, it's getting worse. If that makes sense to you, it's getting worse. So you need to focus on it now in the present than in the future. Yes, Jerome, you can. Erica, yeah, everything's going well. Libra, I'm still on. Yes, I am. I'll be finishing up soon. Will we start the business soon? Yes, you will, but you won't be excited about it. Um, Weirdly enough, there's going to be a couple of hurdles to get through, Erica, before you actually open the door, and it will be like eating frogs. So if you don't know, there's a quote um about eating frogs, and when's the best time to eat a frog, which is something that you don't like, early in the morning. As you open your eyes, you eat the frog. Don't eat frogs, guys. But like you have to do it early. Sorry to bother. No worries. Does my crush know I'm that fake account? No idea. No idea. But I think that he likes the fake account because he gets to talk to it, and it's really a great lifesaver, I think. They're very weak, soft towards me, but also very tough and disciplined. It can be with reversals. So it's interesting, Clown. When swords are reversed, they can go prone to anger. They can be they get irritated and upset, and that tends to lead them towards anger. And so therefore, if you have swords in reverse, they can be lashing out, or they can be not dealing with that anger very well, because they tend to be more angry. It's like cups tend to be sad, you know. Wands tend to be, if they're not dealing with themselves very well, they can withdraw and close. Like, I don't know. Ones are very interesting, because I would say that they would go towards addiction, because of wands. And then what is it? Pentacles. They tend to focus on collecting money. They don't care about anything else. They'd rather they shut down and they start counting their money. If that makes sense. Mystic says, what's coming in my life romantically? Interesting. Mystic, it seems like at the moment you might be not seeking a mature connection at all, which is interesting, because you are not seeking someone that has that maturity about them. That's what I'm feeling. Also, you tend to be very closed off. So you need to see outside your box. So it might be someone that's not your type coming in for you. Let me ask the oracle, because the oracle cards are here. Sometimes I don't shuffle if I feel like there's a thing. Okay, so heart-to-heart conversations. Mystic, this is for you. Honestly discuss your feelings with each other. And then it seems like codependency. So it says addictions are affecting your romantic life. Now, this is interesting, because codependency, I always think of like you being codependent on other people, but it could be on an addiction level. So it's interesting those two came up for this one. Yes, I did. Go back in time, Heat Journey. I did do yours. So you can at any time reverse at the live stream, and you get to watch the playback. So how does MK feel about me? Says Jane. So this person has actually moved on. So, or their cycle has ended. So they're seeing other options right now. So this, I feel, is a past relationship, which is interesting. So the death card is here as the cycle is finished. So this person might not be in your life anymore. Whether you like it or not. It's interesting, because I feel like they're looking at other options overall. So I don't think that they feel about you very much. I feel like for my first reading, it's interesting, because when, like, if I feel a card is supposed to be there, so if I shuffle and I feel like the card is stopped, like, you could feel, sometimes you can feel the card and you don't want to put it back to the deck because you know it's that card. Sometimes it is hard because everybody shuffles differently. Some people shuffle like this, and some people don't. And I just see which one's needing to come out, Libra. But yeah, it's something that I know that I don't shuffle as good, but I assume that that's the case. That it comes out when it wants to, you know. So these two is like I shuffled the deck, but they came out because they needed to come out. And that one came out too. He has that eye on me that I don't know of, says Diamond Bay. This is interesting because there seems to be one. So, King of Pentacles in reverse. Now, you might owe this person money. Because Pentacles in reverse means that this person might think that they don't want to invest in a relationship. You might actually owe this person money. Now, this is interesting because these two are fear. This is attention-based behavior, and this is fear-based behavior. So this person might be someone that you're still attached to through attention and attention and fear. So this is a past relationship based on these two cards. So at one point of time, you were really wanting their attention. Now, because the fear-based response, you should let those go, but it's still not as bad, you know? It's not as bad as it used to be. You actually have kind of dealt with this person and you're starting to realize who they are. This means that there's not prosperity and abundance in your home. So it could have just been that you still have this kind of relationship with this person when you need them to move on. No, Libra, sorry. I did say that, and then I said, I'm sorry, it's Libra. If you want me to do that question again, let me know. Sorry. Libra says, if you shine hope, you can answer this question. Um, Raymond Sagittarius thoughts of me. This is interesting because this death card in reverse. So they're not emotionally over someone in their past. But this is interesting that this has a relationship with you. So this person knows. I think they know that they haven't got over someone. But this is you, Libra. So this is actually the interesting thing. You're very welcome. So, I did pull some more. It's okay. It's fine. I'll do it again for you. Queen of Wands is interesting because she's very passionate, very fiery. She is I would say more natural born extrovert than so she has lots of friends. And this is what this person sees in you. So this is interesting because they really have a certain amount of respect for you because this means that they have this, they appreciate this about you. This is what attracted them to you, if that makes sense. Ooh. Kim, will he propose? Is he thinking about that? I think so. But you can't hint and you cannot manipulate this situation. He is thinking about it, but you can't make it, you know. The interesting thing is, what was it? There's something called procrastination when people ask us about something. Even if we want to do it. Like, you know that from like when you were a kid. Denise says, should I take this summer internship? No, unfortunately, Denise. So that's fine. Fairy guides, did you put down a question? You're very welcome, Libra. So ask me your question, and then I will answer everybody's, and then I will close the list tonight. It's interesting that was coming up. I don't think that was supposed to come up. What would be the outcome of me sending the video about how you feel? I think SNS it will be greeted definitely very well. I don't think that you realize how well. So that's a good thing. Hello, Christina. Can I get a read for work and career? Okay, so interesting enough, you work. Work seems like you need to reapproach work again because you're approaching it wrong. So you need to rethink your approach. Career, on the other hand, is High Priestess. So you're manifesting something with your career that's amazing, and you're actually going places. So you don't have to worry about it, Christina. You're going places, but I would reevaluate how you approach your work, um, your job there. Okay, so Denise says, will B and I be in a relationship or should I let it go? I think that you should keep on going with B. It's because a Nine of Wands and also a manifestation. So things are coming to you. So I think overall that it's coming to you in general. Okay, so we're going to put list is closed because after you're very welcome. Escape, please place your question. And then that's it. No more. No more. You're very welcome, Christina. Okay. Libra, I'm shuffling for you, pal. I'm shuffling for you. I will shuffle my. There you go. Just for you, Libra. Okay. So, High Priestess, Ace of Wands. Okay, so it looks very good. I think don't reevaluate how you approach this, but there's manifestation and the magician. So Raymond's kind of got like ideas of so so Libra, like honestly, this is good because with imagination we can imagine how our life would be like with that person. We can imagine how they're going to be good in the future. Manifestation means that this person's actually like manifesting this energy. So they've tied. You're very welcome, Christina. Don't worry about me. Um. So after escape, we'll be good. We'll be good. No more after this. Yeah. So, Queen of Wands. Obviously, this person definitely sees you as Queen of Wands, no doubt. Um, and so therefore, that honestly, it's good to go. So this person is in their space where if you came into their lives and they definitely want a partner, then they will go through the rest of their lives being with you, you know? Other than this reevaluating approach, it might be just to like laugh at a joke that's not funny, you know? You're very welcome. Okay, so Christina, will my partner Will me and my partner ever leave the country one day soon or the future? This is interesting. I think if you don't know where you're going, like the weirdest thing is that I'm called to tell you, um, there's a line in Alice in Wonderland, and Alice goes up to the Cheshire Cat. And the Cheshire Cat is like, okay, what's going on? Alice goes, oh yeah, I want to go somewhere. Yeah, and he's like, well, where do you want to go? And she's like, anywhere. And he's like, well, then you might as well stay here because you're not going to go anywhere, you know? So it's interesting because I think that you've got to put this in your mind, Christina, when you want to go, how long you want to go, and save up the money because it's not going to happen while you're still wishing it, if that makes sense. So I would definitely say to you that you will travel. You just need to push yourself to travel. What's gonna happen says escape to my apology messages to F our Aries. How will she deal with it? Oh, interesting. We've got two Queen of Pentacles. Okay, so this is interesting because you're both almost, I feel like, financially dependent on each other. This is interesting. I don't usually get two pentacles in reverse, and it could be that you guys are almost tied together by a certain amount of obsession over money. So this is interesting because you're both in reverse. So you guys knew that it was going to happen because there was no investment in this relationship. And you might have thought it was more of a financial drain than you liked. Now, whether you like it or not, it can be something that happens is dealing with how you see the relationship. Um, there's also a fear-based response in the past, and this person might have been clinging on to you quite hard in the past. I don't know whether their attachment's completely gone, but they're going to have to deal with that. And it's not your fault, you know. Some people tend to have fear-based attachments to people or things all the way through their lives, and they have to deal with that. I don't know whether you guys are dealing with it very well, but you're going back to something that you're knowing. So, Ivy, we're finished tonight. I will be back on Monday. If you do subscribe and you do turn on the notification bell, I will be Monday and Tuesday up there, wherever it is. um, so I will be back then. Any, so she's gonna take time. I think that it's not up to you. It's not your responsibility. This person has to address how they deal with relationships overall. And I will see you guys on Monday. You guys have a really awesome weekend. Uh and I will see you soon. Bye guys.